Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Tuesday, April 23rd, it's 4:02. Let's see, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So,
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
aye.
And Joe? Aye. Okay. One down, 600 more to go. Let's see, next we have discussion and vote. Are we holding discussion or vote, or you want to give us an update?
I met with Val Oliver. I met with Megan Trudell and Christy Ferrantella to discuss some possible compromises or suggestions on this, and we didn't come up with a decision, so that's the update.
To be continued?
To be continued.
Okay, thank you, Val. On consents, does anyone need to abstain or recuse, rather?
I do.
I do
No,
too.
I don't, sorry.
Val does not.
I do.
Joe does. Carrie, are you good? Okay, so Carrie will sit on this one. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
And on your motion?
Aye.
And Abby?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Consent with conditions will be Connie. Anyone have anything they would want to recuse from? Okay, so how about a motion? Oh, apologies, yeah. We're going to pull number 623 Broad Street roof change to be heard later in the meeting. And we'll put that at the beginning of new business 04/02/24. And how about a motion to approve consent with conditions and to relocate that item on the agenda?
I need to recuse, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
And Connie will be in, and Carrie.
I'll make that motion.
Before your motion, record reflect Val Oliver has recused. Abby, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that brings us to new business 319, which was a view, Parents
Pardon?
Cooperative of Nantucket, 15 Nobody Farm, solar rooftop.
Pardon?
I brought a picture if anybody didn't get to view.
Okay, Tobias, you're here to represent?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's see, why don't we put it up on the screen and feast our eyes?
So really briefly, Chairperson Welch, this was just held for a view. This is the new school building. We're proposing doing solar on it. We've been slightly restricted in the sense that it is a school. We need to have access for fire, et cetera. This is the south elevation, what you might call the front of the building, but the only really viewable section would be the eastern elevation. The building is approximately 600 feet from Nobody Farm Road. There's a large amount of screening. In my opinion, it would be a distant view. We're just asking for your approval.
And I will actually announce at this point, now that I realize what I'm looking at, that I need to recuse. So Abby, you would chair, and Joe and I are recused.
Glad to hear there's so much great people on the new school board.
I'm on the board.
Carrie or Connie, do you want to be on this?
Don't you need both of us?
One.
Yes, well, Diane's here too.
Yeah.
That's 5.
Yeah.
So you need both of us.
Okay. Okay. Tobias, did you give your spiel?
My spiel is limited visibility
Yeah.
within the scope.
All righty then. Anybody want to go first?
I will,
Okay.
since I went and took the picture. I think the only concern I have is the east, and I was going to ask Tobias if that patch of panels could move to the right on that east roof plane.
Yeah, so to respond to that, the building is kind of like twisted, so if we moved it to that back plane, it actually would get a little shaded and get less light. Also, the fire department would like us to keep all the solar on one side, so if they ever had to access the building, to cut a vent in it, they could access it mainly from the north side, although we are leaving accesses to walk up both sides of it.
Well, that's the panels that are the most seen from the road, so that's why I asked.
Yep.
Thank you, Val. Connie?
Yeah, those are visible, or they will be visible. I'm not sure, I guess, let's hear what everyone else has to say. Could we just not have those panels?
No, that's not an option.
Okay.
This is really about doing the right thing for the future generation for the school. It's a distant view. I wouldn't have brought it before you unless I felt like very strongly that it met your guidelines.
Okay.
We can come back to you, Connie, if you want.
Yeah.
Carrie?
Is the roof black? I can't remember.
It's
Is it wood?
it's a brown roof,
Yeah.
asphalt, dark brown.
Yeah. I think the limited visibility, and it's not like, I don't know. I don't find it to be completely offensive. I kind of look at it like, it's not an agricultural building, but it's an educational building, and it's, I don't know, I just think there should be some leeway for something, a building like this. Kind of like all the ones that are minimally visible at the Boys and Girls Club.
One thing we could do that might be helpful is there's a hedge just to the right of the driveway. We could have that hedge, be grown a little higher. I think that would be mitigating.
Well, there's also some trees in the middle of the parking lot, aren't there?
Correct, yeah. we're
So
showing
when
a
those are
peak.
green, yeah, I don't think I have a problem with this.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Diane?
I don't, I think we have to be careful. And I have not a problem doing a solar panel on the school. But I would have a problem with doing a solar panel on a business. Because I think the school should carry more, and I don't want every business to start putting solar panels up if they're, visible and open. So I don't have a problem with it going on to the school where the decisions have been made to be at. And I think you're going to see it, but with that determination or description of being a school, that I would go with it.
I have a question through you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead, Carrie.
There's the low porch roof down below at the court, at the sort of amphitheater. How come you don't have them on that?
We are actually going to add them as well, but it wouldn't have made sense to then resubmit a change to add them.
Right.
We would just do it as an as-built because it basically, that section is like below grade.
Yeah, no, I do know that section is below grade, but it's perfectly south, so that could take the panels that are on the
We're gonna have
east.
to, what's proposed in front of you, we're just gonna have to, if you scroll up, on this pitch, we're gonna actually, on this south facing, after reviewing the fire department, we're gonna have to lose on those two lower pitches, we're gonna have to lose both sections of those, 2 rows of those panels for access, and then we're gonna move those rows down below grade, but it's not gonna affect the HDC's visibility. And so we're gonna come back for just an Exhibit A at that point.
Okay, thank you, guys. Oh, okay, what's the feeling
I
here?
have one more
Okay,
question,
yeah,
please.
Go ahead.
Go back to the east, please. What about the
Yeah,
porch roof here? Those would be less visible.
That's really the front.
Yeah, that's really like, you'd
That's
really
really
see
the
it
front.
even more.
Okay, never mind.
That's the front door.
Just keep in mind that you have to qualify, if you're going to approve this, the reason why, because we cannot be inconsistent.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, I guess. Good point.
It is
What's-
minimal visibility. That would be my qualifier for it.
Thank you, Tobias Glidden. What's the feeling of the board here? Go ahead, Holly.
I was just,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a recommendation that if it's the pleasure of the board to approve the application as it's drawn, you might want to put in there about what Tobias had just mentioned. Instead of this after the fact thing, it's going to be cleaner, it makes more sense, you already are aware of it. You could just revise the plans, you know, as he had mentioned. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah,
Because it's
I
going
think
through.
that's a good idea. I forgot to say my feelings. I think I'm fine with this, although it doesn't meet all our guidelines. I just think the visibility and so forth is fine. So what's the pleasure of the board again?
I would motion to approve due to limited visibility and the function of the building, noting that the Boys and Girls Club, all their properties were allowed to have solar panels that are as visible. Some of them are as visible. And adding them to that lower, sort of below grade shed roof at the bottom level. And I think that's it.
Okay, all right, there's Carrie's motion. Val?
I'm a no. It doesn't have a black roof like the Boys and Girls Club.
Well, we could, yeah, if it ever gets changed, we can do a black one.
We would, if it ever changes, we'll definitely put in a black roof.
Thank you, Val. And Connie?
I'm a no.
You're a no. And Diane?
What color is the roof? I don't have a co-
Brownish.
I don't know. I don't know. I say no to begin with and then see what they come up with.
Okay, and Carrie on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that does not pass. So there we go.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay. Thank you for saying that. Well, here are my glasses. All in favor of Val's motion to hold for revisions. Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye on
You
that.
can tell Mr. Hothead that it's not denied.
What was that? Oh, the first motion, 3 to what? 3
Two.
to 2?
Two in favor, 3 against.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're gonna move on to 14 Silver Street. Is Chandra here to
Yes.
demo move to represent? Good evening, Chandra.
She just needs to unmute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. I don't know how to show you that I'm here, but as long
I
as,
got it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Chandra?
oh, I just said I don't know how to show you that I'm here, but as long as you can hear me.
Okay, we can hear you, and can you see the screen?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you walk us through it, and if you want us to advance through pages, let us know.
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and the Commission, for hearing me on the topic of 14 Silver Street. My name is Chandra Miller, and I come to you as a year-round resident homeowner. I'm seeking a demolition permit of this historic structure located at 14 Silver Street. It's important to note that I abut the subject property to the rear at 13 Westover Street, where I also reside. While I respect and appreciate the historic relevance of the structure and recognize it is located in the ROH and more specifically located in an area known as the fish lots, unfortunately, the property has been neglected through the last 40 years to the point of disrepair. And because of this disrepair, the professional opinion is that the building will not survive a lift and move. And because of this, I'm seeking demolition by neglect, as I do not see the benefit of salvaging the structure. It's also important to note that the property has been manipulated and altered over the decades, with most of its original elements, including windows, which are predominantly SDLs or double insulated. And the southern exposure, for as long as I've lived at 13 Dover, at times had no windows and lacked shingles during the time that I've been kind of gazing over the fence. So I have more information, but just, I think that gets us started.
Okay, thanks, Chandra. I just want to clarify one thing. Demolition by neglect is actually a negative condition that occurs where, you know, it basically defines that neglect, demolition has been created by virtue of lack of maintenance.
Even your mic is off.
That is neglect.
Okay.
Okay, so you heard me. I think that was the important point. I appreciate it. If anybody wants to let people know about their mic is off, is after they speak, let them know, and then they can repeat themselves. Thank you, just out of common courtesy. So the situation is we have a demo request, and I just want to clarify, Chandra, you are not asking for a move off?
I mean, I certainly would be open to someone wanting to move it, but from my understanding, the condition of the sill and the way the property sits, I don't know that it would make a successful move up the hill, but I would be open to hearing the board's comments on that and be open to advertising it for a move off. Yes. I
Okay,
would.
thank you. I just wanted to get the lay of the land. Holly? Or anyone else have questions before we go to Holly?
What,
Holly?
what is the
Sorry,
age?
Mr. Chair, can I just ask you who's on the board?
Your board is going to be myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Joe. And Chandra, did you have something to add?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay, I thought I heard you there. Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing historic resource within the local and national historic district, within the Fish Lots neighborhood. I did speak to Chandra before she submitted this application, did let her know that there was a pending Form B with our survey work coming forward. I actually just received it about a week before last week's vacation, so apologize. I was just able to send it today to everybody. You'll see on there that they indicate that this structure was constructed by 1831. I will say this, that I have received additional information, an actual title search, because you'll look in the Form B, that title search was not done by PAL, by MPT. And they said that this structure was built sometime between 1823 and 1826 by Housewright Josiah Gorham and purchased by Jacob Jones in 1826. Jones sold the house in 1832 to Samuel Smith, who sold it to George Merrick. George Merrick was, I believe, a auctioneer on Nantucket. So there's an extensive deed research that they provided. I can actually send this along. It just gives you the book and page if that matters to anything. But my point is, this has a impact to the New Guinea neighborhood. This is a contributing resource. Demoing would not be appropriate. Refurbishing, restoring it would be more appropriate. I understand that this structure from some inky news articles that MPT was able to share with me, that this structure had some history of having water damage, and that's probably where the start of the neglect had gone on. But that doesn't mean that this structure, which is kind of in the valley, if you know the valley that's between Silver and Dover, that could be elevated. We also do know part of our FEMA flood as your hazard mitigation plan coordinator for the town. I do know that this is around the 2% flooding. So there is a possibility of working on this structure to make it so it actually can stay and be a part of our historic district. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything?
We do, thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland, and I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. So this building is really old. We know it's 1823. And it really should be preserved in place. The engineer's report and photographs show normal exterior rot and foundation issues due to years of neglect, but these conditions are pretty easy to repair. The structure itself, including the roof, appear to be solid. This can easily be repaired and kept in place as a second dwelling. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Who would like to comment first?
I can go.
I'll go.
Abby?
So I was just scribbling down some stuff. I would be in favor of a restoration. Yeah, 1823 makes it a real antique, and it has that iconic profile that's unique to Nantucket, that it just really sort of hits you. I think preserving this and leaving it on the site, I would give it, a great authentic flavor to whoever, whatever is going on the site. So I think it would be a plus to keep it and renovate it and keep that form. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane?
Yes, it should not be demoed. It shouldn't be moved. It's been there since 1823, where it was beginning to be constructed, and it can certainly be repaired. We've seen buildings at worse condition that were repaired. I think there's no way that it should be demoed or moved. It's part of the really old part of New Guinea and the fish lots. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Let's see, Joe or Val?
I can go. I agree with everything that Mickey said and my fellow board members. I think it's in a good position on the lot relative to flexibility. If it were to stay in that location, it doesn't seem like it would inhibit any other activity on the lot. Not that that's a major consideration, but I think it's worth noting. And when you look at the front elevation, the ridge doesn't seem to be sagging. It actually looks like it's in okay shape. Yes, it's in the ground. I would expect the underside of it to not look great, but we've all seen those repairs happen before. Just needs to be done thoughtfully. So I would be in favor of it staying on site in this location.
Thanks, Joe. Val?
I feel the same way. There's also not a whole lot, there's two interior pictures just showing a floor. We don't really see what the inside really looks like either, so I agree with everybody.
Okay, thank you. Chandra, I think
I
that die is cast on a move on site or
I hear,
retain location. I'd support the board for the reasons stated. And I guess the question then becomes, is there a consensus that it stay in place or it stay on site?
can I ask a question?
I'll allow that.
I'm just curious with the position, I think it's a charming building and I'm happy to work with it too, hearing what everyone's, what the board thinks about it. I do think that there's a problem with, a significant problem with drainage, and that's why it's come to be in the situation it is today, because of where it sits in the lot. It's on the rear part, and if anyone who drives by the town parking lot, you can look and it's down, 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 and there's a problem with drainage that they're trying to fix, but that it all rips around the corner of Silver Street and just comes right down into this property. And especially hearing about, that the board considers this very important for the New Guinea neighborhood and location of the fish lots, et cetera. So what's the solution to that, I guess? If it stays in the spot, I guess it needs to be lifted up.
So
out of
Shonda,
grade.
what we could do is we could motion to hold for revisions. You could think through how you wanted to approach. It sounds like you're either going to keep it there in current location or somewhere else on the site. You could think that through. You could take a look at the grade, determine whether you want to try and address topography with changes to the structure or to changes to the grade or a combination of both. Put that together in a set of perhaps a site plan and some elevations and bring it back to us for review.
Okay, got it.
Okay?
Mr. Chair, I do have a hand raised.
And we have a hand raised. So who is it?
Linda?
Linda? Linda, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Linda Williams, just a member of the public. I've worked with the owners of this, previous owners. I worked with the one next door and the one beyond that. And the plan is for the town is to fix that parking lot so it doesn't drain into this house. But I was there when the water was up above the sill. And what had to happen to this structure in order to present it, and the history is correct, because I had to do the history when the town was trying to buy this lot or thinking about buying this lot with that house on it, knowing they couldn't move the house, is that if they pick, the foundation is crumbled, if they pick it up and elevate it and fix the grade, that will help this house. But it is historic. It was in its original location. There's plenty of room to put a primary structure in front of it. So I definitely support it remaining, but it does need to be picked up, and it does need an entire new foundation up out of the ground. Because until they put the drain back in the Silver Street parking lot, it's going to continue to flood that entire first floor. And there was water on that first floor when the woman was living in it. And she only moved out with her daughter when it was sold. So there were people living in that structure at that time, because I'm good friends with the people next door. So it is habitable, but it needs a lot of help, and it needs to be renovated because it's really saturated with water at this point. But it can remain there if a whole new foundation is put in and elevated out of the ground, at least another foot or two out of that ground. That's how bad it is down there. All the water
Okay.
goes right there.
Thank you, Linda. Chandra, it appears as though Linda has laid the foundation for your revisions.
No pun intended.
So
God.
we would, we'll go ahead and look for a motion.
Do you mind if can
Go
I
ahead.
say one more thing to the applicant? Because I mentioned the specific location.
So this is Joe Paul.
Yeah, sorry, Joe Paul speaking. I wouldn't have any issue considering a relocation on site. And I think that if the application before us was to pick this house up and move it for all the reasons that have been mentioned and lift it up and repair it, that I would think that everybody at the table would probably embrace that approach. So I don't think that you need to feel constrained by those comments. I think that they went to that location, or excuse me, they went to that position because the application was for a demo. So I think if there's lots of history of building moves on Nantucket, and presumably this would stay towards the rear of the lot in some kind of development scenario. So I just wanted to mention that I don't think that there's a rigid adherence, at least not on my part, to keep it 2.2 feet and 3.7 feet or whatever those numbers are from the side lot lines in the rear.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the additional guidance. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Abby, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Good luck with that, Chandra.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so now we're on to 22 Tashima.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I
back
believe
to
you would put
Linda.
23, back to 23 Broad
23 Broad
first.
Street.
I'll talk to
Okay, hold on a second, Linda. Thank
Okay.
you. 23 Broad Street, we've got a roof change. And if we get a picture up and then,
Quickly.
well, it should still be online. Yeah, because it came out of the packet, right?
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
23 Broad, no, the Brotherhood. It makes it easier to understand what building.
Or did Billy already move it?
No, it was on the agenda, stayed where it was on consent with conditions with the wrong color roof.
No, just hold on. It wasn't the wrong color, it was the preferred color, but let us please handle our process and we'll get right back to you in a moment.
23.
I have pictures if you want me to share them.
Well, guys, 23 Broad Street, if you don't know, is the building the Brotherhood is in. It is pretty well established, I presume, in your mind's eye. It is a light green 3-tab roof. I think, Linda, with that, we can proceed, and
All right,
we'll see if we can find
asked-
another.
Okay, we asked for the black architecturals, which is a color that is approved in town on a regular basis. We have the shingles already. They're waiting because we have a very limited window, obviously, of putting a roof on.
Jesus.
Something of that size in the middle of town. We're going to try, we have to wait till after Daffy now because of the circle that those cars make. But we want to start on Monday, and we're just asking for the moire black architectural
If you'd
shingles.
be quiet, we could pass it, Linda.
You
All right,
guys
he just
don't,
told me to say
don't
something, so I
interject.
did.
It's Linda's floor. Okay, Linda, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Brotherhood, I forgot, 1830s, 1840s. I support this. You've already vetted these. There we go. Before you, behind you. I support the change. It's consistent with your approvable list. Maury Black, no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Anything from Mickey?
No concerns.
Thank you. And the board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Connie. And does anyone have any concerns? And do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve
On-
as submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thanks,
Now we're
guys.
gonna go-
I'll see you in
I wanna
about an
know how
hour.
She's gonna get a permit by Monday.
We're going to go back to our,
We'll deal with it.
yeah, if you're getting permits in a day, you're a very special person.
Hey, we can dream.
That's a better answer. We'll go back to our regularly scheduled event. We're on number 2 of new business, 402-2422 Tashima.
I have to sit off this. It's my client.
Okay, so this will be regular board members and Carrie and Joe, other than Val. And once it's up, Katie, why don't you do a lead in?
Okay. Thank you to everyone. Pretty straightforward. We have a pool in the back, and perimeter fencing all the way around. I pushed it in several feet from the property line so we can maintain all the, as much natural vegetation as we can for screening. And then we just have the driveway. So yeah, that's it, just the fence and the pool.
Okay, thanks, Katie. So guys, I actually had this on my list to review previously for consent, and I held it over for board review. It occurred to me when I re-reviewed it, I had a couple of questions, and those were, I want to get answered now for the benefit of the group. Katie, you know, a lot of the perimeter planning is cedar trees, large bushes, so it's hard to determine of those which will remain, even though the fence is set back a certain distance. So in combination with that, there were some bubbles on the drawing in red, I believe, that said existing plant material would be retained.
Yes.
But I wasn't sure if those red indicators meant in those particular areas or around the whole perimeter. So it sounds like what you're saying is the perimeter plantings will be maintained around the perimeter. Is that correct?
Correct. And yeah, all the way around, not just where the circles were.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see, who would like to begin? Again, it's myself, Abby, Diane, Carrie, and Joe.
Yeah, I have
Carrie,
a question
please.
too.
No, this is for the pool and the fence. I believe it's the pool too.
It says here, that's what my question too, it says pool, fence, gate, hardscaping, and deck and patio.
Yeah, the whole kit and caboodle.
Right.
Any other questions before? Okay, and that was your question too, Abby?
Yeah, I just wanted to know the scope of the work because I think the applicant just said it was the pool and the driveway, so I think it's a little more than that.
Yeah, pool, fence, driveway, and I mean hardscaping, and of course there's gates and the fencing. There is no deck though, so I'm not sure why it says that.
Okay. All right, who would like to begin? Abby?
I can start. I also have, yeah. So just sort of a question here. The fence, it doesn't exist right now, is that correct? That goes around the whole,
No, there is an aerial photo of what it is currently. It's just a completely packed vegetated lot. There's nothing on it.
okay,
Just
so,
thick vegetation.
my question is, the fencing
Doesn't exist.
doesn't exist,
Nothing
okay?
exists on the lot.
Okay, so I think the fencing is over the top. I think the scale of the pool squished into that triangle is too large. And so I would like to see a lot of that fencing and pool size scaled back. I don't think I have a problem with the driveway at all. So those are my initial thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see,
Okay.
Joe.
I think if the 6 foot, well, it's a 5-in-1 fence, but like 6 feet tall. If that 6-foot fence was off the rear corner on both sides of the house, right now, the way I see it, you've got that 6-foot fence comes off one of the front corners of the house, which I think is going to look severe. I would suggest that 6-foot fence go back to the rear corner, or at that rear corner, the fence drops down to a 4-foot board fence.
Okay,
I think the 6-foot fence on the shower side probably makes sense. It's probably going to flow from shower into fence, and it looks like it's screened by vegetation. And if the
Yes.
pool stays the length that it is, then that fence would serve to screen the pool adequately. And I appreciate that you're putting this fence, what looks like at least 3 feet off the property line and maintaining
Yes,
all the
I believe
vegetation.
it's 4.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
I think oftentimes we get fences that are right on the property line and we have to get to this location. So
Right, yep.
those are my comments.
Okay, thanks,
Okay,
Joe.
I'm happy to move that section of fence. I'll just either drop it down or just take it to that back corner. That's fine.
Okay, Katie, I'm going to ask, I appreciate the info, but I'm going to ask you to hold comments till we get to the end here.
Okay, yep.
Let's see, Diane?
yeah, I would like to see that a 5-in-1 fence, not a 6-foot without the thing. I just want to know, over on the driveway, it says existing asphalt sidewalk, and then it's got 2 aprons. What, it looks like one apron belongs to them, and is the other apron belong to the town?
Diane, so there's the roadway and a sidewalk, and they will be putting a driveway in, so they're going to be cutting out some of the loam. And then the material they're installing just gives the asphalt a little reinforcement, and then it also conforms to the 10-foot, the minimum 10-foot required apron in that area. But I
Right,
think what
it
you're
looks
saying is
like-
it looks a little odd. Do we have to do it that way?
Yeah, it didn't look like a 10-foot apron,
Okay.
but, so I didn't know. That's what, and I'd like to see, as Abby mentioned, I'd like to see the pool brought down to 30 feet, take 4 feet off it, 2 feet on the side, which would not have it run from sort of triangle end to triangle end. It would, or at the most 1 foot, 2 feet, one on either side. It needs to come in a little bit and fit in with the area where it is, because in Tashima Lane, there are sort of highlights where you can see through. Not everybody has heavy vegetation. So when you come around on Tashima, it can be seen. So I just like to bring it in where it can be protected and fit into that triangle.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
Thanks. I agree with Joe about the fence. I think that's a great idea to just sort of minimize the fence in both directions. I also think the pool seems very large. It's, setback line to setback line. If you can reduce it to like 16 by 30, I think that would help and keep the spa inside of it. This isn't a neighborhood that it's sort of everybody's yard backs up to this location. So I think in consideration of the neighbors, the 6-foot fence is a is a good idea. And the 5-in-1 on the street side is fine as well, as long as it's moved back to the basement stair entry. On that right side, which is, I don't know which direction. East, yeah. That's it, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm just going to go apron. I think even up the depths of the widths, depths really of the materials, it just looks odd. And the fence, yeah, it would meet our guidelines to go back. Our guidelines, our fence guidelines indicate that the tall fence should be no closer than the middle of the length of the side elevation towards the front. So for instance, if you've got a standard house that's got a ridge along the middle of the dividing left to right, it would just end there. So I'm fine with Joe's comments. I think that's appropriate. The pool size, I think you can downsize it either way on that once it's behind a fence. I'm mostly concerned about the vegetation. I think a 4-foot, swath, it will be insufficient for actually most of that vegetation to remain. How we typically address that is in our guidelines, there would be a vining material every other section, typically something like hydrangea, climbing hydrangea rather. And I think with any length of fence that's going to be exposed, we would want to have some indigenous plant material replaced. I would suggest the best way to deal with that would be to, if there's a motion to approve, to include a condition that, I don't know, there will be plant material planted, a vining plant material planted on
Grab
alternating
something for me.
fences, sections, and indigenous material will be installed to replace, 60% of the total volume of plant material, if any is removed. Something along those lines, in addition to the fence changes. Those are my thoughts. What would we like to do, folks?
I have just one comment. If you brought the 5-in-1 or whatever fence to the corner of that house where the basement steps are, and put a gate there, that might, yeah, right there. Who's doing the little arrow? Oh. I mean, I'm thinking and it's going and, yeah, so that was just a
You have
suggestion.
superpowers.
Would it be,
Yeah, I mean,
would it be perpendicular to the side fence?
Yeah, it'd be an odd corner, but that's,
Probably.
yeah. I think they could go either way. So it could either be parallel to the rear of the structure, or it could be perpendicular to the property line on that side. One way or the other, they're gonna have to plant something in a corner, in an angled corner. Anything else, Abby?
I'd make
No,
a
no.
motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, you made a motion. I guess we'll
I'd
see
be
where
okay
that
with
goes.
I'm good with that.
You're good with that versus an Exhibit A?
Yeah.
May I just address a couple? I just want to make sure I'm clear on some of the comments.
Sure.
So we're okay with the driveway, right? That's what I went to the DPW and they said that's the standard way to do that. So is that correct?
Well, just make the apron depths the same, that's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Not trying to argue, but the pool size, I understand it seems large for the area, but if it's totally screened, is it really an issue? This same client had the same exact size pool approved at 16 Tashma, which is why we did this size.
Katie, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's gonna help your case or not.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think you make a valid point, and I think what we would ask is that you can argue that point when you come back.
Okay.
And, not every member of the board suggested reduction, so, maybe watch the tape quick and see where, what the temperature on that was.
Okay,
Any other questions?
Would dropping the
Oh,
length
come
to
on.
30, would dropping the length to 32 work for everyone that was in?
Katie, I don't recall what the specifics were, just,
Compromise.
yeah, just, I think
Most people
take
say
a look at the
30.
tape or your notes, put your best foot forward and, bring it next time. And if there's a little bit of minor adjustment, it'll probably just be in an Exhibit A.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. So,
I was an aye
Aye.
for holding.
yes, did we complete the vote?
No.
Yes, we did.
Well, did everybody?
Oh, we didn't? I'd let Katie jump in. That's right, I'd let Katie jump in. So it was your motion and Diane?
No, it's mine.
Oh, Diane, it was your motion. I'm so sorry. What's your vote?
Yes.
Yes. Abby's a yes. Carrie?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, cooking with gas here, folks. We're on to number 3. The Brook Hour.
The Carrera?
Off of this one too.
So you're gonna sit off all of them? Val?
My customer is in back of this.
Okay, so Val is not on this. So it will be myself, Abby, Diane, not Val, Connie,
Is this the Carrera thing?
and Carrie. All right, Brooke, when you're ready.
9 Korea Lane. This is on the corner of Maryland and Korea. It is across from 11 and 14. We have tried to tuck all of the program into the back northwest corner to give some breathing room to the street. These are all 1.5-story buildings, and the architectural aspiration is just kind of a cottage style. So I will look forward to hearing what you say. And just as a little addendum, the pool will be screened by all the buildings as well as it being in that rear northwest corner of the property.
Thank you, Brooke. Can we go to the elevations, please? So let's see, who would like to begin?
Can I
Diane, you got a question?
ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
There are 4 buildings. Is it a building for a complex or what kind of,
So there's a
what kind of
primary,
area is it?
it's a residential application for a primary, secondary, tertiary, and a garage with studio.
And a gazebo open-sided.
And a gazebo, open-sided,
Yeah.
listed as a pavilion. And a pool with a hardscape.
Wow.
Just like 14 and 12 across the street,
No.
but much further away from the road.
No, I suppose they
I
want to
can
get
go.
all the building out of the way up front. They don't have to deal with it later in life. Abby?
I can go. I think it's appropriate, and I'm fine with it.
Okay. Let's see. Diane?
Well, I think the buildings are good. I can't say anything about putting 4 buildings on there, but the design I think is good.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Let's see, Carrie?
Yeah, I agree. I so totally appreciate the height of this thing. As the primary dwelling at 24 feet, that's amazing, Brooke. And it's charming, it's cute. It seems like there's, wants to be
Visual interest is the goal.
buildings. Huh?
So visual interest is the goal.
Yeah, you're good at that.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Connie?
Yeah, I have no concerns.
And I as well. I think you've done a nice job, made it simple for us for the reasons stated.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay,
As
Abby on your
submitted.
motion?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye,
And I'm an aye. On to number 2, secondary dwelling.
secondary.
Actually, it's number 4 on the agenda, if anyone's following that.
Oh, just as big.
Same?
Oops, I think we had.
Yeah, that's,
So this is the second
no, it's
dwelling.
not quite.
The south elevation is what faces Korea Lane. And the east elevation faces Maryland, but again, there's limited visibility for the other three elevations, but south elevation is the primary view.
Okay. Concerns? Motion?
I have
Oh.
a few thoughts.
Okay, go ahead.
Just, this doesn't read as easily as the other one. I think that, the asymmetry is, it's fine. But I think the left-hand side seems a little heavy and high comparatively. I wonder if that couldn't come down a bit.
I can do that,
Oh,
yeah,
There you go.
as long as, yeah, I mean, preferably as an Exhibit A,
Well,
and
let's see,
I'll
what-
figure
yeah.
something out.
No, I'm
But
the
I'll
first
let you
one to
guys
go,
finish,
so.
sorry.
let's see what else Abby's got.
No,
That's it?
that was my only, it seems heavy on the left. I
Okay.
don't mind the asymmetry of the projecting gable, but
All right, Connie?
I really don't have any concerns with this building either.
Okay. Let's see, Carrie
yeah, me too.
and Diane.
Me, me also, I think it will be fine. I think it's good. And it's only 21 feet.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have a super tall house to have a lot of wonderful space inside, and it helps keep our electricity bill down, which is helping Nantucket to conserve energy. Can I see the next set of elevations, please?
Yeah, the north faces the pool, so you won't see that glass.
Yeah, so on the west, Brooke, in terms of lowering that, I think I probably wouldn't lower it more than 6 inches or so.
Okay, I mean, I prefer to keep the facial line running, at least from the back, just as a matter of a little bit of architectural discipline, but if the rest of the commission feels like it's top-heavy on that side, I'll concede, but otherwise,
Do you have your heart set on a reduction, given his testimony subsequent to your comment?
No. there's
Okay.
No heart
Do we have a
involved.
motion?
Motion to approve as submitted?
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Thanks, Brooke. Number 5, tertiary. Tertiary. Terse. Tertiary.
Okay, thank you.
so this is the only building without asymmetry, and it is primarily because of the program limits of the tertiary dwelling, the 650 square foot and the 250 second floor limits. But again, I think that is a very diminutive structure and shouldn't compete with the other two structures.
Okay, appreciate that. Any concerns?
I don't have any.
None? A motion?
Motion to approve?
On your motion.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We're on to the studio garage.
Simple form, I think it speaks for itself. So if you have any concerns, I'd love to hear them.
What are the colors, Brooke?
I can't remember. I think there's right up above.
Platinum gray.
Nice.
Black sash.
And black. It's all just natural colors. There's no white.
That black's gonna look sharp with the mahogany.
Yep.
Okay, concerns?
For me, this is too large. All of a sudden, you have 4 buildings that are all around the same height. The tertiary is a little taller than the secondary, so the garage being similar height sort of ruins it a little
I
bit.
can knock it down. I'll knock it down a foot.
Okay.
Use
Are
a
you good with-
microphone.
Sorry, Diane, I was just saying, I think that this is a little too tall, considering the rest of the buildings are essentially the same size as well. And I'm just hoping that we can reduce it a little bit.
Okay. Any other concerns?
No, I think it's cute.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns other than Carrie stated? Or
Well-
would you like to reinforce it?
I have a bit of a concern about those three windows in the dormer on the south. You know, everything so far has been so sweet and very sconset-y. Suddenly, these three windows seem out of place, but I don't know how to handle that, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I want to go.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
I agree with the windows. There's three of them are too heavy, and that particular roof line is not, I guess, my favorite way. It cuts off the movement of the house. So if you could bring the dormer in and have two windows, I would be happy. But other than that, I haven't got a problem.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Connie?
Yeah, I think I would be in favor, I would be in favor of the height reduction and, yeah, maybe bringing the dormer in with two windows would be nice.
Okay, thanks. I guess that leaves me. Brooke, what's the visibility on the south?
So this building is probably, this is in the back northeast corner. The south elevation will be, you know, probably visible from the corner of Maryland and Korea. You know, I mean, obviously, we're going to be planting, you know, putting trees and bushes because it is a corner lot and it is a public space. I don't like to lean on that necessarily, but like I said, I'm happy to drop this a foot, maybe pinch the windows a little bit, and I'd prefer to do that as an Exhibit A as opposed to as a revision, but I will see what you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Like to do.
Appreciate the additional information. So where I'm at on it is I think the dropping it 12 inches is appropriate, and the dormer, I'm kind of take it or leave it, given that there will be at least first-story plant material, perhaps taller, and that's going to mitigate the view of that roof line and the whole, you're never going to see it in the context we're seeing it on a piece of paper. So I think the value of modifying those in this particular situation is probably pretty limited. Do we have a motion for an Exhibit A?
I have a question.
Okay, we have a question from Carrie.
Can it be flipped upside down so you don't have that dormer, you don't have to change it because it's on the other side than the street?
Oh, you mean put the storage area forward?
Just take the plan and flip it upside down, so your storage area is facing side street and those windows are.
You mean facing the dormer to the north?
Yeah,
Yeah, because you've got, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
either mirror the building itself or just put the dormer on the other side. Those are your two options for that.
Well, the dormer can't go on the other side because there's a gable, but.
It's a gable.
Yeah, I think,
Oh, yeah.
Just a thought.
Let him do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to hold for revisions, because maybe when you're looking at it, you might,
Yeah.
something might come to you, like, I just want to change this a little bit. So that's my motion to hold for
All right.
revisions.
Okay, we'll see if that floats. On your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
All right, I'm just on principle and no. Okay, we're on to the pool.
how are we dealing with revisions these days?
You go ahead and work them up and submit them, and the deadline you get them in for is they go in the queue, and then they come up for the meeting.
Okay. Oh, this is not me.
No.
That's something else.
So is
Fiona, this isn't
Fiona,
me.
this isn't,
18 by 32.
Should be nine Korea pool hardscape, which is right there.
Right.
There's also a pavilion.
18 by 32. This is me here, scribble.
So this pool is contained by the buildings. Visibility will be limited by plantings. Again, my client has no desire to create a public view into that area. So there is an incentive to obscure as much as possible.
okay, thank you. Comments?
I have no issues.
I'll go.
Diane?
I think it looks like it's going to be well covered and it has good plantation around. So, and it's within a dealable size, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I also don't have a problem with it.
Connie?
No issues.
Abby?
Yeah, with the proviso, the usual.
Yeah, and I'm the same. So can we get a motion to approve
So
with
moved.
the condition that that pool not be visible at time of inspection or thereafter, and there be no grade change from the prior existing at time of application?
Yep, I make that motion.
Thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, Brooke, one more.
Simple structure, I think 14 and a half feet tall. And again, for the most part, obscured by the buildings around it as well as vegetation. You'll probably have somewhat of a limited view from the south, but again, this is going to be in, a couple of 100 feet or so away from Korea Lane. And otherwise, I think there's going to be limited visibility if there are concerns.
Okay. Comments?
No concerns from me.
Anyone have concerns?
No concerns.
Motion.
Motion to approve.
On your motion,
Aye.
Diane's an aye. Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Okay, Brooke, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll see you for that little tiny dormer.
5 out of 6 ain't bad.
Yeah.
5 out of 6 ain't bad.
Okay, so we're going to move on now, folks, to 1 Cambridge, a ramp revision, and that is emeritus. See Matt in the back hustling on down here. Thanks, Matt.
Hello.
When you get it up there, go ahead and get started.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is, we're looking to add a accessible ramp to the existing structure. The building itself has 2 elevations within it. So there's an existing finished floor elevation, and there's about an 8-inch difference. And so it also looks like these two, this structure will be rented out by 2 separate tenants, and therefore we're looking to add an accessible entrance to this portion of the structure. So it's a 1 in 12 ramp, and it's in the alleyway. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is revisions to previous approvals that you've done on this. This is a individually significant structure, the brick side. It was built after the Great Fire of 1846, and then the wood section, you all approved reconstruction on it within the last couple of years. And you all have also issued a historic determination on the brick portion. The revision seems simple enough. I was concerned, this is just an overall comment, Matt. Concerned that the latest and greatest COA is in fact being revised. And I mentioned that because believe the COA that references the original, and you've had some revisions since then. So I just want to notate those from 2020, 2021, and 2022. So that should just be annotated to the COA. As far as the windows in the brick structure, seems that they're being preserved and kept in situ. The old kitchen exhaust is being removed, that's great. The flanking, character defining brick chimneys are being retained, thank you. My only main question, and it would, maybe it just because it's a revision from a previous, but the windows in the east, basically all the windows in the brick section or building are being retained. Nothing's being,
Correct.
okay, awesome, thank you. Only thing that I see is the door on the south is being replaced along with the new door in the east. The existing, I do think is more appropriate. And then my only main concern, Mr. Chair, is just making sure that the COA numbers are reflected appropriately on the COA. Other than that, those were my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, anything from you guys different than Holly's?
No concerns with this one.
Okay, appreciate it, thanks. Does anyone have any concerns?
Am I on?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, welcome back, Val,
Thank you.
and Joe. And Joe, why don't we go with you, just because you haven't been on one in a while? And then you can say, I have concerns.
Yeah, I have no concerns. I think it's a net benefit. And actually, on the east elevation, the removal of that shed addition, I think, is a huge benefit because you just revealed the gable end of that existing brick building, which I think is nice. So I have no problem. No
Thanks,
issues,
Joe.
I should say.
Appreciate it. Let's see, anyone else with a concern? Anyone with a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
And
Oh,
with-
with adding the COA to
Subsequent
the
COAs.
new COA.
Old COA number to new COA number, revised
Yes.
original. Okay, Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, carries unanimously. That
Thank
moves us
you.
on to number 13, Academy Lane. Is Ethan here? There he is.
Must be an important job to get a sport coat on.
Look at that. Dinner and a movie. I wasn't asking for a date or anything, I just,
Wow.
you look nice, Ethan.
Oh, I got
Appreciate it.
Okay, when you're ready.
Okay, Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. This is a hardscaping application for 13 Academy Lane. This is actually on a part of Academy Lane that's a sort of a dead end, so most of the traffic, if they're actually coming down this road, is either turning right or left, but this is sort of in the dead end part. There is a significant amount of existing hardscaping that's a combination of brick and concrete that we are essentially completely tearing up and redoing. So this is an area in a locus. There's probably more relevant information on the next page. Scroll to that. So this is sort of an overview of existing, looks like it's loading. There we go. Existing and proposed. So there's a new gravel parking area with a Belgian block apron, some stepping stones leading to what is the sort of the front door. This house is sort of oddly oriented on the lot as it exists, and then a patio area. The pavers are granite for the patio area, same with the stepping stones, and again, it's a gravel driveway with a Belgian block apron. And there's additional vegetative screening that we're providing along the perimeter.
Okay,
That's it, thank you.
thank you. Any questions? Joe, I'm just going to keep you on this one. If you guys get a kind of a no-hit round, I'll keep you on it. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is in 1981 infill. You all have approved some changes to the site and the structure. The application before you to reduce and with the approved landscaping, this should be actually a revision to a previous approval, so that should also be notated on the COA. I do have the COA number we can provide, but that should also be clear. The plans shown show the difference between what was approved versus the proposed reduction and replacement. I think you all had a lot of conversation when this originally came before the commission about the existing concrete and retaining and removing that, and that the yard and the patio spaces were flipped for a reason, to have the patio more in the middle versus where the, because at the time you were also talking and reviewing the proposed shed in relationship to the driveway. So I think the previous plans should be provided, and having, making it clear, because again, you all did spend some time looking at this site. And I do believe that having the front yard more of the yard versus the patio up front should be switched back. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, anything from you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember what Holly's referring to in terms of the patio and the yard, so I'll defer to her comments regarding the position of those two spaces. We looked more at the granite material and the configuration of the patio, which is sort of an odd sort of sawtooth pattern, and it just feels very modern. The granite patio, the material is kind of modern. We'd prefer a more natural material like brick or Goshen stone. And also the Belgian block apron for the Academy Hill seems also out of place. That should be cobblestone or brick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
I can go.
Okay, one second. Ethan, did you intend for this to be a revision to the prior, or did you intend to have a fresh application?
So that's an interesting question. Yes, we intended it to be a fresh application because we have subsequently got revisions to the house approved. So what sort of worked in the previous approval is no longer relevant.
Okay,
So
so-
we previously had a little bit more of the hardscaping was towards the head of the driveway, let's say. But we've got almost 12 feet less of space there now, so.
Okay.
Those doesn't-
And I think, Carrie, thank you. I think Holly's comment on comparing and contrasting against prior discussion that we invested our time in is relevant and important, but I just wanted to get a clarification on what you intended.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. Again, it is me, Abby, Diane, Val, and Joe. And Joe, why don't we start with you?
Sure. I'm looking at the previous approval here. I didn't sit on that, but I can see now what Holly was talking about. I still think that what Ethan's showing us about this comparison with the existing hardscape and the proposed, it's about a, 500 square foot reduction in hardscape. And it looks to me like there's really nothing buffering that existing house from Academy Lane with the combination of brick and asphalt that was there. So having the patio go towards the street instead of the lawn, maybe not ideal. I'm guessing that this sawtooth configuration is kind of meant to soften that a little bit. I do think maybe some introduction into that front patio with some grass between the pavers might work. But overall, I'm okay with the application. I think the difference between the parking area and being gravel and this patio is good. I do like Mickey's idea of having the apron be brick. I think the brick would be good, or appropriate. I think those are my comments. I think if you could soften that patio towards the street, that would be ideal. But overall, I think it's an improvement over what was there.
Thanks, Joe. Val?
I agree with what's been said. The unfortunate thing I really think is out of our purview, and that's planting all those trees in a line like everybody does now. It's just so weird, but if they do that, then they won't see anything.
Okay, thank you.
Which trees?
You know,
The ones on the street?
Look at the trees in the thing.
Oh,
Guys, we're not
Where-
doing trees, so.
I understand that.
I know,
Oh,
but I don't
where-
want to, I don't want to get us sidetracked on trees. We're
but
not,
I'm not sure where she's referring to.
I know, but we're not talking about it, so it doesn't really matter. So let's go to Diane on comments.
Well, I agree with the outline stuff being smoother and more adaptable to vegetation. Um, if the trees along that building on the bottom left-hand side are all in a line, you could change the height and the thickness of each one to make it more relaxed, which I think would be good. So it's not like it was chopped up out of a piece of paper. That's all.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Sir, what's a thermal top?
It literally, like, it's heated with propane and it gives a little bit of texture.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's probably most of the stone
Almost
you're
like a
looking at has a thermal top.
Well, I gotta say, this is on my dog walk, and I've gotta say that it's a really old, sort of historical streetscape, and I think the brick is better for the apron. I think the patio on Academy Lane is sort of out of place and should be highly vegetated if you're going to do that, and definitely have a more, like a brick or something more historic material for that, and the stepping stones going back to the house. I think the feel of the area is it's so old-fashioned. This looks like a very modern approach. So I'd like to see it go in a different direction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, who does that leave? Val, did you go?
Yeah.
It leaves me, I guess. So, let's see, driveway, I think brick is fine, but you're putting in gravel, that's gonna be native gravel?
Correct.
So I'd
Yeah,
strong.
we've provided, further down, there's references to the materials if anyone
Fiona,
wants to get it.
could you repeat what you said?
So further down in the packet, there's references to the materials if you want to see what they look
Okay,
like a little bit.
so insofar as going to brick, I would suggest instead cobble. If you're gonna use native stone, it's just a better match. And with respect to the patio, I get it, it's modern, but the relevancy, if it's not visible, is the same as how many pillows are on the bed in the master bedroom. It's just simply not something we need to weigh into. But a lack of visibility is the important part without creating a alleyway. If we were going to go that way, I would only consider that if the plant materials were named and they were a slow-growing, like a yew along the Academy Lane, and it's something that was designated at a particular height at the time of inspection, so that we know, you've got a 6-foot hedge of, for instance, yew versus privet that you're going to be able to see through in the winter. Because I do think it's relevant if we use a modern material or layout, it's against our norm. It happens to actually meet the Secretary of the Interior standards for how you address additions to historic structures, but it's not how we roll. So those are my thoughts. What do we want to do, folks?
Was there any consensus on, it seemed
I
like
think,
everybody,
is anyone against cobblestone to go with the gravel versus brick? to
no?
go? Okay, so there's consensus
Ethan
on
might
that.
be.
We have no problem with cobble
Okay.
apron.
Yeah, I know, I was watching when we were talking.
Well, if the apron went to brick and your patio went to brick,
I think the owner would likes the larger format stone. I think that's sort of the issue. I think they'd be happy to sort of square off the edges to even to reduce it, one sort of module all the way around, if that helps. This is just a site where they have limited place to put like a dining patio. There's a cool tree there. It's like the perfect spot for it.
So I'm not married to cobblestone, so it sounds like brick, at least at the apron, traditionalize the patio corners, lines. Anything else? Traditionalize, like make it like it is traditionally.
Just square it instead of having that staggered edge.
Oh, and what about the big stones on going to the front door?
Traditional approach to that too, I guess. Patio, pathway and patio. We're good with that?
Yeah.
So
Should we do an Exhibit A?
is that your motion?
That would be my
Awesome.
Sorry, my thing's not on. Could we do that with an Exhibit A? Okay. Motion to approve with an Exhibit A, making the apron cobblestone, traditionalizing the patio, and traditionalizing the stepping stones.
Lines.
Lines.
Yeah.
So the driveway. the
On
whole driveway is
your-
cobblestone?
No, the apron,
Just the,
yeah.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
I'll be a no.
Abby's a no. Diane?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that carries 4-1, Abby opposed,
Joe, can you do the Exhibit A?
for the record.
I'm going to step off for
Yes.
Thank you.
So cobblestone apron.
Yes.
Okay.
Square up the rest. Okay,
Thank you.
sawtooth elimination is us. Let's go to, you're welcome, thanks, Ethan. We're gonna take a break. I heard that we've got some sustenance just arrived. And we'll take a 7.5-minute break. Yeah, sounds good.
Remind me, it's cobblestone.
There you go. Yeah, it is 5:35. We're doing pretty okay. Let's see. So we're on number, are we on? Okay, great. Welcome back, everyone. We're on number 11 of new business of 040224, 12 and a half Pequot. Move demo main house. Is Michael here? Okay. So why don't we just pass over number 11, 12, 13, and 14 for now?
And 15 and 16?
Well, hold on a second there, folks. Is the representative Henry? How badly am I butchering this name? Joe, what would you say? Barron's, thank you. That sounds very
I'm
good.
not comfortable doing hardscape before the house, though.
Okay, well, I'd like to know if they're here, though.
Oh.
If you're here to represent 12 and a half Pequot in any way, shape, or form, please put up your hand
Okay.
on the Zoom. Okay, so we're gonna, as Val had hoped, we're gonna just hold those, see if we get rep. That moves us to number 1700 Cliff in addition. Hey, Doug. Doug, when you see your site plan, why don't you start, walk us through it and let Fiona know when to move pages to where.
Good evening. So this is 100 Cliff. There's an existing dwelling, and we are adding a single room on the first floor with a bedroom above it on the second floor. It's a gambrel-looking house. They kind of cheat a little bit with, if you want to go to the elevations, Fiona. The front of the house represents as a gambrel, but it's actually just a trick of the trim that they used. Sorry, Fiona, if you want to go to the elevations, please.
Holly, can we move the people, please?
So the addition is on the left side of the elevation on top there. You can see the existing elevation in the upper left-hand corner, and then there's a photo as well. And then the elevation on the bottom of the sheet, there's no change to that elevation, if you want to scroll down. So there's no changes there, so next sheet, please. And then on the elevation, the addition is to the right on this sheet. Again, existing elevation is top left, and then if you scroll down yet again, no, not that far, there you go. So the gable in the middle is the addition on that elevation. And we'll hear your comments.
Thanks, Doug. Anyone have any questions?
No. Motion to approve is submitted.
Anyone have any concerns? And your board is me, Abby, Diane, Val, and let's see here, Connie.
I'm not sure. I might have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
All right,
That's why we're here.
so, the addition, I guess the main viewing point would be the north elevation, and I think the shed dormer on the second floor, I kind of wish it was just a simple gable on that far side and take out that chunk. Yeah. Wait, this is do you have a south elevation?
Can you scroll down a little
Do you want to look at the north
Oh,
elevation?
sorry, north.
And Mr. Chair, I do have comments for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Al.
Yeah, so, this I think is kind of making it a little, more than it has to be.
That's a
think it-
gambrel, though, the roof. That's
The
how they
side?
are, yeah.
With that roof, the intersection of those angles
Yeah.
is actually kind of typical.
Yeah.
Right,
But it
we're
looks
just
odd 'cause
reproducing
it's-
the
Yeah,
guide.
it just looks odd from the front, but I should wait for Holly to see what she's.
Yeah, I didn't go to Holly because this one isn't colored, but Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is a circa 1920 colonial arrival. There is an old HDC survey on file. I would agree, it's more of a gambrel-esque. And originally, it was just the main block. It didn't have that small one-story addition that's on the side, so that was a later addition. I guess sometime maybe in the 90s or early 2000s. Appreciate the addition being subordinate and a gambrel to match. I think the 23 foot 8 inches could be more subordinate to fit in, and maybe kind of even out a little bit if at all possible. If it were less tall, I think it would be more appropriate and not overwhelm the main gambrel. The side dormers should not run into the existing dwelling if at all possible. It could have been a visual aspect on the drawings. So the dormer on the south, I think, should only be 2 gang windows and not 3. The dormers seem to overwhelm. The one-story addition done years ago seemed a little more appropriate. So any way to kind of make it a little bit more match, if you will. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I have no concerns.
Okay. And Connie?
I'll go.
Oh, Diane?
The windows on the right, on the south elevation, excuse me. The windows on the right, and there should not be 3 mulled windows up there. It should be 2, and they should be separated to go along with
Looks like the dormer's existing.
what's below on the first floor. The other mulled windows that's in the middle are not under consideration, so we can't separate them. So that's it.
That's it? Okay, thanks, Diane. Who's next? Abby, did you want to follow up?
No, I think.
That was enough? Your prior comment was it?
Yeah, no, I'm still concerned about the front elevation with
Okay.
extension.
Let's see. Connie, we covered. Val, we did. Diane, Abby, and then me. Yeah, I think, Doug, I get you're using the triple gang on the dormer because it matches the existing dormer. So I think Diane's point is valid, but that, given it's to match an existing condition, I'm okay with it. And it is at least your addition is a gambrel. The existing structure is a faux, but they did a nice job with the faux look. So I'm okay with it as it is. What would we like to do?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, let's see what happens. On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Let's see. Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
I'll go with I.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Abby?
And I'll be a no.
Abby's a no, and I'm an aye. So for the record, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Abby?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. That moves us to 47, number 18, 47 Walsh, extend driveways, drive and walkways. And a hand raised. Is that Mark? Okay. Hey, Mark, welcome. When you see your site plan up there, why don't you walk us through it and let Fiona know when to advance to what? Oh, Ron's here.
I'm also here if anybody needs to ask a question. Ron Winters, general contractor in the project.
Well, welcome, Ron. Mark, you're steering the bus.
Yes, hi, guys. The plan in front of you shows some ramps and walkways that we are trying to construct at the property at 47 Walsh, and a bit hanging over onto 48 Hulbert Avenue, which is owned by the same family. Rick Jackson, the owner of the properties, needs mobility. He gets around on an electric powered scooter, and his property right now with the topographic changes and so forth make it difficult for him to get around to the properties. So what we are proposing here on the plan is, first thing, extend the driveway to make it a more of a drive-in and drive-out situation as opposed to reversing and three-point turns and that sort of thing. And then using brick walkways for the most part on the existing topography to provide access around the house, to the back of the house at 47 Walsh, and then a wooden ramp to go up to the existing porch, which we will then make the door into the house accessible. And then a brick walkway that runs back to on the edge of the property, basically in the hedges, back to the back deck of 48 Hulbert Avenue. And then once again, a wooden ramp onto that deck, which will then lead into the existing house. We tried to keep the ramps as subtle as possible. They will be brick, like simple brick walkways going up alongside the porch. The railings we will use whenever the ramp gets to a pitch that will require it, but we try to keep that to a minimum. And in fact, most of the areas we can do without any railing. So that is the proposal, and I want to open it up to your thoughts on that. It does provide Mr. Jackson with reasonable access to all of the areas. We have been approved for the second curb cut at the planning board, but we are awaiting Conservation Commission approval because this is in the flood zone. And I think that's about it. We would like this application is for 47 Wall Street. We have another application that's filed with the HDC for 48 Hulbert, but since they're all the same work, maybe the discussion can all be done now.
I'm sorry, Mark, I don't understand that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your last comment.
Yeah, let me clarify.
Oh, the last comment was that this is the application for 47 Walsh Street.
I heard that.
But we also have an application into the HDC for 48 Hulbert, which is the property that also shows on this plan. So if you wanted to discuss them now together, that makes some sense.
Is it a separate application, Mark?
Yes, it's a separate application, but it obviously came in later, so it's not on the agenda the same.
Yeah, we wouldn't actually be able to discuss something that's not on the agenda. It'd be a violation of the open meeting law.
Well, okay, I mean.
So I appreciate you giving it the old college try, but we just can't advance that. Okay, so 47 Walsh, let's see, anyone have any questions on what's presented in terms of what materials are where?
Well,
Okay, Holly?
thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the lot was built as an infill 2014. And as Mark mentioned, the planning board did approve the second curb cut on the April 8th agenda. The proposed paved driveway is a lot for an area that floods. And also where our Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines, Chapter 5, talks about having non-porous surfaces. So those should be incorporated with, at least for the driveway, at all possible to mitigate all that expansive of asphalt. The plan does not provide material. It just says, I'm assuming it's asphalt for the driveway itself. I note that the existing has a Keystone drive and a Belgian block apron. Brick obviously is appropriate, so I appreciate that for the accessible ways. But if the paving is needed for ADA compliance, It would be nice to look at an alternative. Glad to hear that Concom is going to be, that would be actually one of my questions, because I know it's in the AE7 flood zone. The ramp and railings, I think, should also match the house details. But I do appreciate that they're simple and not, ostentatious, if you will. But Chapter 5 of our Resilient Nantucket really does encourage the use of permeable materials for driveways. So if that's something that could mitigate all that expanse, that would be most appreciated, because it is wide. And again, that is a lot of impervious, and I'm assuming Concom will also have those concerns. So those are my comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Mickey, has your group got anything on this?
Yeah, just a little bit. So the brick ramps they're fine. They're right on grade, it seems, so they won't be very obtrusive. The wooden ramps, probably similar. They'll probably be coming up out of the grade a little bit, I assume. There's not a lot of detail on those. Normally we'd see some architectural views of the side of a wooden ramp, but maybe they're simple enough that could just be assumed. The driveway, yeah, it's proposed as asphalt, which you don't see too often in the Brand Point area. I think shells would be, or pea stone would be more typical. I know there's obviously concerns of accessibility, but it looks like there's a brick loading area that would handle entering and exiting the vehicle. So if that would suffice for that purpose, I'd suggest keeping the driveway as shell. Also, maybe this is a little just too technical, but the curves in the driveway look kind of sharp, maybe a little unrealistic. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. So the board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Carrie. Carrie has a question.
So because we don't have any elevations, I just need to have some clarification. The ramp is starting at the front steps of the house, going up and wrapping around the deck. Then there's a flat that leads to the other property, and the ramp going up, and it's going from brick to wood. Is that correct? My issue is how high off the ground are the flat areas in the back, and the height of the ramp as you go up. The deck, the top of the deck, or the top of the decking looks pretty high. So there's going to be a lot of railings, and I imagine they're going to be natural weather. And the brick, it just seems like brick is an odd choice. I would think you would just have all wood decking and ramping, so it all sort of gels together with what exists. And I'm wondering about the choice of the brick and how high that walkway is in the back, above grade.
Okay.
Because railings are going to be necessary, and I don't know, you've got a little detail here. So there's no balusters in that? Above 30 inches above grade, you need more.
So your question is, do you think we need elevations?
I just feel like it would be nice to have a little more detail, and then the elevation of the top of deck that are flat, because they're not on grade as far as I can tell from this plan. You're going up a ramp alongside the porch, and then you get to a flat brick walkway, and then more wood ramp. But how high is that brick walkway that's then turning the corner at the property line and going back to the next door neighbor, which is them, but
Okay.
going back, so it's just
So you're basically,
a little.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. You've kind of mixed it, which is okay. You mixed the question and some comments.
Yeah.
And but you're basically saying you don't understand it without elevations.
I would like to see a little more detail and have some numbers. I don't necessarily have to have elevations, but a few more notes saying this is going to have railing, the top of the brick walkway is at 3 feet above grade. Where is it in space?
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns?
No, I agree with Mickey on the driveway. I think having a loading area is plenty, and I think the driveway could probably stay shell.
Okay. Let's see here. Diane,
I think we're going back and forth between the wood and the brick. I'd like to see it, I guess, a little more descriptive. Um, when it when it turns at the right and go goes up to the back of the page, it says brick ramp and then says 30 feet. Is the ramp 30 feet long? I would guess. Do you? Um,
30 feet.
Yes, Diane.
okay. Um, I don't
Mr.
know. I think
Chairman,
it works, and I don't know how you can have it drawn so it's easier to understand. I think the garage and the existing driveway is, I don't know what kind of car she has. Some of them are made to go on almost any kind of material that you got, and some of them are not. If he's got one that you can go anything, that's good. If he's got a simpler one that you have to have it paved, then I would make him a pathway from wherever it is onto that ramp. Having to use one myself, I have some concerns about how easy it would be. And it seems to be he needs it a lot. So going from one thing to the other, I think needs a little more explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think for starters, I think that's an awful lot of driveway, even if it seems like the board wants to keep it shell. I think asphalt would be out of the question with this amount of driveway. And I understand Carrie's point, because if you go back starting at the front of the driveway, going back like three feet, whatever, what does the side of that look like if that's brick? Like how does the side of that look like? So an elevation might answer that question. But I see that it comes in at 10 feet across and then it goes up to 12 feet across. I think it should stay the minimum that you can do there for the driveway width. I think it's just a lot of driveway.
Okay, thank
Thank
you, Abby. Vale?
I don't really have any concerns per se. I think that the flat part in brick and wood ramp is behind the garage, which connects to the other property. And the brick on the side of the porch, I think is fine. It's got a simple railing. Asphalt for the driveway is the only thing I would be concerned about.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman?
nope, you're gonna have to wait a minute, Mark. One more.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So my concerns echo others. I want to put a little finer point on some of them. The elevations I think are important. We have brick ramps. It doesn't indicate whether the sides are brick, they're wood. I think I heard in the discussion and reading the application materials. So we've got wood holding up brick ramps. It's important to see what those look like, and the ramp structure itself and the rails, the railing assemblies. The brick at the base I'm fine with. I'm not necessarily concerned about the mix of the materials, but I need to see what it looks like in elevations. The paved surface, I'm actually less restrictive on that. I think a couple of things could happen there. I think a cobblestone apron at both entrances. I think paved would be able to come in and go to the left over to terminate beyond the left side as you're facing it of the front steps. And then from there, that would be a 2-track of cobblestone that would go around to the apron. And that would basically give you a way to pull in and pull out without damaging the lawn. And at the same time, it is aesthetically appropriate. I do want to caution, just for the public and the general viewers, that although we do have in our guidelines about using pervious materials, we are not making decisions based upon anything other than the aesthetic value of architectural elements and structures. And I think that those are my comments, at least at this point, until we get some additional information. Mark?
Yes. The one thing I just wanted to clarify for the board was the only wood ramps are directly at the porch. And that simply runs up the side of the porch to the level of the rear deck. Now, this lot slopes from the road upward to the back of the property. And so the ramping is brick walkway that follows the grade of the property. So it's not actually rising out of the ground as a brick ramp. It only becomes like a more traditional ramp when it gets to going up to the porch. So I hope that clarifies what, what you're talking about there. The slope is indicated by those +7, +8, +9 little circles that are in the on the plan. You can see them running along between the garage and the house. Those are elevations, and so that's that's to indicate that the ramp follows the grade. As far as the driveway material goes, I think we're open to other choices if asphalt paving is not appropriate. And we can certainly look at alternatives to that. That said, I think we can easily accommodate any issues that the board has here. So.
Thanks, Mark. Can you clarify? It looks to me as though the deck is above grade, at least at the front of the house, approximately 6 feet. Is that correct?
It's a little bit less than 6 feet, but it is fairly high in the front of the house. But by the time you get around to the back porch, it's only about 20 inches.
You can see that in the photo.
Yeah, what he said makes so much sense.
It just
Guys,
follows the
hold
line
on
of the.
a minute, please. Thank you. Can we put up the photo of that shows the side along the driveway? And zoom out just a hair. Or a couple, maybe a click or two. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. Just trying to get an eyeball on that. So Mark, the actual ramp slope will primarily be contained within the wood ramp at the rear of the property?
That's correct, other than the brick walkway that's following the existing topographic lines of the property, yes.
And therefore, the rail will only be required on the wood ramp at the rear of the property?
That's right.
And the method of containing the brick will be what? Pressure treated or something else?
No, it'd actually be just a brick edge.
So you'll have a vertical brick element where required and a brick ramp?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that clarifies a lot for me too. So then, is there anyone who has a concern thinking they require additional information or elevations on only the brick layout, not the materials, but just the inclinations?
Not anymore.
No.
Okay, so now we've resolved down to the issues are the ramp materials and that are visible, which are proposed as brick, and separately the driveway, the extent of the driveway, and the materials for the apron in the driveway.
I have a question.
Hold on one sec. After Vale's question, we'll go ahead.
It's actually a question for you.
Okay.
They already have Belgian block. Are you suggesting they change it to cobble?
Well, if they were gonna put, I believe the application shows that is, can we go to the site plan? Okay, so they intend to keep it. So the only reason I suggested cobble is if they use cobble on the left side as opposed to paving it. They could use Belgian block track if we went that way, if that were a motion and they decided to pursue it. Cobblestone to me is a more, not only is it a more naturalized material, but it's a more natural material to put in as tracks, that's all.
Gotcha.
So where we are is, do we want to continue with discussion and try and resolve this? I think it would be appropriate. We've dug into it. Let's go an extra 5 minutes or more and see what we can resolve.
Yes.
Okay, so who would like to comment on the
I'll make a motion.
Abby?
I could try a motion, or not,
I
not
think
yet?
we have
Just
a little
commenting?
discussion on the
Okay,
extent
I
of the
would be in
driveway and materials.
Okay. I would be in favor of just keeping the Belgian block. I can't see ripping that up. And then the other apron, Belgian block to match. And then I would do shell as a driveway. And those are my only concerns.
Okay. Is there anyone who'd like to add to that?
Well, I will.
Okay.
I think if they
Carrie?
need to have a flat surface to get out of the car, instead of just that brick loading area, extend that across the driveway so the car is fully on that. So when he's getting out or whatever has to be done to help him out, that he can do it in the driveway. So we don't have the full extent of a solid, whole paved driveway, but just an area for him to be able to easily get in and out of his car, or however he does it. I don't know how. But all the rest of it, I'm fine with now that I understand it.
Okay, so you're saying basically a landing area for
Yeah.
the car and to disembark and engage. Okay.
Yeah, if that's necessary, it just depends on what he requires. But so the whole thing doesn't have to be brick or paved, it can be shell and a section of hard surface.
Okay, Diane, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Oh, that makes good sense. Just getting out of the car. If
Okay.
it's a lucky day or something like that. Otherwise, I think you've got good pathways around.
Thank you. Val?
I am good with all of it.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize and then make a comment after a question. It appears, Ron, and Mark, that we're headed towards pretty clearly where we're headed. The question I have for you, acknowledging the fact that the applicant was going to want to be able to get in and out of the property and perhaps not over shell, is maybe there's an option for that. Before I ask about the option, are you going to be okay proceeding with shell driveway material?
Yes, the owner has, I have some inside information of what he would like.
Please.
He actually has more problems with the Belgian block than the shell. But he would take anything to get the ramp, up next to the house. And as you can see from the site plan, that the ramp is only 2 steps on the 47. There's only 2 steps going up to the deck. So it's a very shallow ramp. And the deck going up to 48, I think, is 3 steps. So these are very slight inclines. And, given a generous, I think they meet the 1 in 12 easily. So those railings are only in those 2 locations. The rest is just flat to the ground, going with the existing grade, and the edge of the brick is going to be a steel edge. So it's just a brick walkway that you would see.
Thank you. So that addresses anything else I would suggest. The only other comment I'd make is we need to, through our approval, allow for the softening. Mickey made a good point. I was going to get to is the corners they're not really navigable. So we need to address that and
I'd
revised.
have to say, you have to take that as a diagrammatical plan there.
Well, just to make it a little easier for our inspector, that's all.
Yeah.
And then the extent of the tarred area is the landing pad. Are we comfortable? I mean, I presume, can you just tell me, we try not to tailor these to an individual, but we're here doing it now, so we might as well continue. Is this vehicle a vehicle that he will pull up and disembark right onto the landing? Or is it how does that work?
Yeah, he has a van. And in the van, he carries his wheelchair. And I think he actually can drive the van and then transfer into his wheelchair. And he has a little ramp that gets lowered down. And actually, if the driveway was 6 inches lower than the off where he's loading to, it makes his ramp less steep. So we plan to have the driveway, be recessed from that area where the brick walkway is. It is currently, if you looked at the plan, at the photos. And also, he's requested, and we would like to, revise this driveway so it's a more gracious entry and exit. But he wants room between the stairs and the driveway, not to, it's existing now at 14 feet. He would rather have the driveway at 11 or 12.
That explains the width
Yes.
versus the 10 feet on the other. Okay.
That's right.
I think we have enough information to move forward. I'd like to suggest a motion where, Ron, this tarred area, it seems to me to be of utility that he's going to pull up here, and if he's getting out directly from the van, he'll be pulling in and he'll be getting out on this side.
Yes.
So the tar wouldn't need to go past on the right, the porch, and then I would suggest no further left than the left side of the stair.
Yeah.
And then that makes that area make sense in terms of people getting out of the vehicle and either going up the stair or up the ramp. It's the same material.
Yeah.
Shell otherwise, and add a Belgian apron, and need to clean up the drawing. We can approve it with navigable corners in the driveway, but we'd want the final drawing to, we'd want a drawing to reflect what's actually there at the end of the process.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Does anyone have a concern about doing an Exhibit A for that?
Sorry, what is the apron material?
Belgian to match the other.
But that's what he said,
He said
the
he
guy
didn't.
doesn't like. If he goes over that in his wheelchair, that's probably the problem, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, you had mentioned that the Belgian block is a problem for him.
Well,
with the.
I think, he's.
What about brick?
What if you
No, I
did
think
brick?
he was.
Folks, could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
What if we leave the Belgian block as it is, but then we simply put a brick walkway that runs across the driveway and onto the paved road, Wall Street, that is separate from the driveway, just on the edge of the driveway,
Oh, yeah.
so that he has access to the road without any trouble, and then the shell driveway works everywhere else.
We're getting kind of a no from your partner here. I think, what about just what about brick aprons?
Yeah, just change them to brick.
Yeah, and maybe
Well,
even the landing
just-
pad could be.
I'd like to have, leave it as is with Belgian block and shell and come back at a later date.
Okay. So is there anyone who has a concern about an Exhibit A with new Belgian block apron, the tar no further than the rightmost corner of the port?
That's where you're throwing me.
So here, the tar would basically go
Why wouldn't it just be brick?
from
Yeah, I
here,
think it's brick
to
too.
here.
Brick.
brick?
Yeah.
We'd rather forfeit the tar.
Okay, if you're gonna go with brick, I'm happy with that.
Screw the
I'd
tar.
like to keep it shell in the driveway, brick walkway.
Perfect. Okay, we covered a lot of ground. Joe, you got that Exhibit A?
Yes.
And come back with the
Real plan.
real plan showing the relaxed curves. Actually, Joe can just draw them in, and you're gonna be close enough. No one's going out there with a tape measure, I hope.
But he has to get an approval for the second cut, right? From,
He's got that from the planning board.
oh, okay.
Okay. We've invested a lot of time in this. Feels good to get it off the plate. Who's made the motion for the Exhibit A as previously stated? Abby, on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you so much, Joe. And thank you, Mark and Ron.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay. Okay, we're on to 2 Dukes Road, new dwelling, Botticelli and Pool.
Driveway.
Dried up. Yeah.
Vision's gotten blurry. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
My hand on the side of the desk.
I think she has to go home.
Just now.
Hello?
Hi, Lisa. Welcome.
Hi.
We're just, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a property that's right at the beginning of Duke's Road. When you get off of the Matticat Road, you take a left. It's a very long driveway. There were two buildings on the structure, on the lot now. It's my understanding that they were previously approved to be moved or demoed, handled by somebody else. And this is the proposed plan. The proposed idea, the lot obviously slopes up fairly dramatically from Matticat Road. And you'll see on our elevations, we're proposing to cut the grade at the back and then with a little bit of fill towards the front to create a flat surface for the house. The visibility of this, I think the only place where it is really going to be significantly, well, not even significantly visible, where it's going to be visible at all is the very end of Hedgebury Lane. There's a location where you can look up and see the existing buildings, but it's behind another house above a retaining wall that is from that property.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. Thanks, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Any questions? Comments? Abby?
I'm good with it.
Abby's good with it. Your board is myself, Abby, Diane, Connie, and Joe.
But this is Carrie's territory. Maybe I should wait for her to say
Yeah.
something.
Carrie was just on the last one.
Mr. Chair.
I can just tell you that it's probably pretty unvisible. They did clear a lot of the trees at the street side. It's very hilly, but I don't think it's very visible.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to mention that this is replacing the circa 1940 and 1996 colonial revivals that you all did approve a move. While the height of the dwelling is lower at 26 to 28.7 based on grade, the new dwelling is long, but probably not visible from Duke's Road. It would be nice to pay some respect to the previous 1940 colonial revival that was on the lot with the fenestration, dormers, etc. But that would be just my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Appreciate it. Let's see.
I'll go.
Diane?
I want to know how much land is being removed to make a flat.
Diane, you can see on the elevations, it's the dotted line is the existing grade. And so we're lowering it. I think it says on the application 30 inches. On some of it's on the application, which I don't have in front of me, but it lists
Well,
it.
they don't have it on my board either, so. But
Okay,
certainly,
but yeah, if you look at the elevation that Fiona has up, you'll see the dotted line is the existing grade and the solid line is the proposed. Yeah, so it's 30 on the north. It's going to go from minus 30 to filling at 24. South is minus 60 to filling at 20 inches. The east is being filled 18 to 24, and the west minus 24.
that's all right. That's within our bounds of added and subtracted land, as far as I know. My only other comment is, it's just I'm used to most of the houses along down Duke Road as being sort of smaller. But I have no problem with your design. It's just it looks a little long to me for Duke's Road, which always seem to be sort of houses put together as people work with one another. That's all. I don't have a major problem with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Joe?
I wish this thing had a roof walk on it. I can't believe I'm saying that, but, or dueling chimneys or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That the ridge line is, I don't know, troubling's a strong word, but I feel like it's pushing, it feels like it's been stretched a little bit. I understand it's set back far from the road, and it sounds like there's minimal visibility. And if somebody made a motion to approve it, I'd probably would second it. But I feel like you could look at the breaking up that, I think would help the project. I know there's a chimney on the rear side, but you don't see it coming up above the ridge. And even if you made it look like it came up above a ridge in elevation, it sounds like you wouldn't see it in perspective. So I think the mitigating factor is probably the distance from the street for me. Regarding the site plan, the only thing that concerns me, and I guess it's not up tonight, is pool house. Like, it feels like there's some sort of a plateau being created. A little more context with the elevations, I feel like would be helpful. On a property like this, I think there should be each elevation, especially the longitudinal elevation, should be property line to property line, so you get the full feel of what's happening with the land. Yeah, it seems it's definitely hilly. And having the existing elevation line across the longitudinal elevations is super helpful, and appreciate that you're cutting it down to create a flat spot.
Joe, just Steve, if I may, through you.
Real quick.
We have submitted the pool house and the garage. They're just further behind on the agenda. But I'm at that, with those applications, perhaps we can do that complete site elevation that you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that the design of the house is appropriate. I think the wraparound porch helps mitigate the height and anchor it to the hill. Some existing context photos would be helpful, because I'm not that familiar with this particular lot.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Connie?
I was going to say what Joe just mentioned, something to break up that long ridge line would be helpful. And I do understand it's probably not visible, but I just think it would do something to just balance out the house a little bit.
Anything else, Connie?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my comments are, I actually have a question. What's the overall height? What's the tallest point?
I don't have the application in front of me. I'm sorry, I'm up in Boston. So did somebody look at the application? Sorry.
Okay,
Or scroll,
27.
so
I got it, Lisa. Sorry, we got it here. So
Okay.
I think my overarching comment is I appreciate the restraint. I think it's relatively low for this style of home in terms of its presentation without, 27 feet. It doesn't sacrifice on your interior program. So I think that's very well done, and I appreciate it. I agree with Joe's comment about breaking that up. First came to my mind were some chimneys or the roof walk. However, for me, the mitigating factor is its distance from the street. And I think subject to knowing that any plant material, some plant material, if it's going to be cleared, or the majority of it is going to be cleared, I presume that there'll be landscaping put back in for the presentation of the home and the person's use. So I'm not too concerned about that. And I think that was pretty much it. What do we want to do, folks?
I would do a revision to get the chimneys and stuff up a little bit so we could see it rather than do a plan A. Plan A doesn't work for me today.
Okay. All right, thanks, Diane. Let's see where we are with the rest of you guys.
Yeah, I think that the main concern is that long ridge, and if she can do anything to break that up, even bring in those two gables closer together, anything to sort of just break up that long line. I don't even know how long that is.
So Lisa, it sounds like you've got three options on that with consensus, and the least likely or beneficial to your program is moving those gables in, but a couple of chimneys or a roof walk If you do a roof walk, I would prefer without a skirt. Do we want to hold for revisions?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Okay.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Let's see, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right, thank you,
Okay,
Lisa.
thank you.
Very
Bye.
nicely done.
Thank you.
Okay, that moves us to 9 Orange Street renovation. Is Steve on? Okay. So Val's back. So who is it? Is it Steve? Other Steven? Okay, so Abby, Diane. Steven, can you hear us? You're muted.
Oh, we should have asked her for a cross-section.
Sorry, guys, is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so your board is going to be myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Carrie.
Thank you.
And you can proceed when you see your site plan, and then just cue Fiona through your pages as you go.
Thank you. This is 9 Orange Street, constructed in 1774. Everybody knows it's the house that sits along the church on Orange Street in the shadows of the church. Our plan here is not to do much.
Steve, I'm sorry. Stephen, can you move just a little closer to your mic?
Oh, yes, sure. Is that better?
No.
Try one more time.
How about now?
He's in the same spot saying that. No, I'm teasing you. I think if that's as close as you can go, it'll have to work. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Well, we're not doing much here, guys, to this house. If we go to the elevations, Fiona, please. We're
The
basically
link that was provided was for a driveway, not for the house.
the houses should be here.
Right.
All right, guys, let's cut the crosstalk. So I understand, but having one person comment and then having everyone else comment is what I'm talking about. What's presented here on the screen, do we get to the part that there's elevations or not? Do we not have the elevations?
Yeah, you have the file. I don't know why it's not there.
Okay, we have it. Hold on a minute. Just want to get to the nut of it and then move through it. Okay, hold on, Stephen.
Thank you.
We're all here with bated breath. I'd rather we see it. I think that's important for context, okay? I can tell a dad joke.
A dad joke?
What kind of a car do chickens drive?
I don't know.
A Volkswagen.
That's good.
Okay, you just saved us, Fiona. The elevations are up.
Okay, thank you. So if you can see the existing front elevation and the proposed, existing east elevation and the proposed east elevation, we're basically just doing repair work here, guys. New roof shingles, new wood shingles on the front, repairing any rot. Our plan is to repair the existing windows that are actually taken out, reglaze and put them back in. On the north elevation, we're adding a few windows to the side where we think they might have been originally, but we won't be able to find that out until we strip the shingles off the exterior of the building. And we're adding a small second floor gable above the existing porch that's there and basically restructuring the porch. And if we go down further, Fiona, to the next A5, the proposed south and the existing south, we're just repairing some rot again. We can't really do anything there. It's almost 3 feet away from the church during that brick pathway that's there. And in the rear, we added that upper gable on the west side. And that addition is to the back of the property, and it's very behind the house, so it's really difficult to see. And that's basically all I have. Thank you.
So Steve, just to clarify, on the west elevation, the bubble is in the upper left of the upper left, is in the, almost the center of the upper left drawing?
Yes, it's where the porch roof is, with the red bubble there, correct.
Okay, and then so you're basically putting on a second story addition and bumping your steps out to the left?
Yes, sir.
And then on the other elevation, there's no change?
No.
South?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on what's presented, Val?
Can we see it from Fair Street? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
Mickey on this?
Right.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, this is the circa 1774 P-leg cogshell, typical Nantucket 3-bay. He was a Cooper. This has been old HTC survey, HABs studied, and there's an NPT history with a marker. This is for a very small 54 square foot addition over a first floor, and a little bit of simple cosmetic, I would say, work. As seen from the rear, which is the west, it would be great to retain and reuse that existing 6/6 window in that second floor of the main block. It's probably original. It would be a shame to lose that existing simple railing to the rear entrance of this pre-Civil War dwelling. The proposed stoop seems to be rather wide and a little atypical for a rear stoop. It's not the existing width. It's actually been widened. And the 8-light door, I think, is more craftsman style than what you would see in a side entry added over time to a typical Nantucket, and I don't think is appropriate unless something like that previously existed. I think a simple batten door, like the existing one, would be more appropriate. Overall, I appreciate the proposed scale and the new roof, sidewall, and trim. As far as I just wanted a clarification, Steve, on your notations. I believe that you have a repair the porch entry, which is on the left of the facade as a light kind. That's great. I just wanted to clarify that. And then I did want to mention that my comments mainly on the west is because it is seen from Fair Street, and you'll probably notate that there is a walking path that people cut through between Orange Street and Fair Street, and you can see that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yes, generally, no real big concerns. Just considering the view from Fair Street of the west elevation, when you look at, just scroll down to that elevation there, yeah, the upper left. If you could draw the addition kind of distorts the gable towards Fair Street. So if you could maybe, Steve, drop that plate down a foot or so, it might further, continue to define at least more of the gable so it retains that shape. That'd be my only suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to go? Why don't we start with Val?
Okay. I have no concerns.
Okay, and we're going to go to Carrie.
I feel the same, but I do think that Mickey's suggestion is a really good one. So you do retain that gable as a, simplified image or shape.
Okay. Let's see. Diane? You're muted. Still muted. Why don't we go with Abby? Oh, you're here.
With what Mickey said, and looking at that addition.
Okay. And Abby?
I'll go along with that.
And Mickey, can someone restate? Can we go to that elevation and restate that?
Just to drop the plate of the additional gable on this.
Oh, right, gotcha, okay. Yeah, the important element of that is how much. What are we thinking, folks?
Well, so it totally clears the rake.
So
I would say at least 10 inches.
10 inches to a foot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have no concerns with that. Do we have a Exhibit A motion?
Oh, on the first floor? Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
It'll stay there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's further back. If you scroll to the next elevation, you'll see.
I don't think we need to. Holly understands once you explain it. I think we're good. Do we want to do an Exhibit A?
Sure,
And do you want to make it up?
sure,
And do you want to make the motion?
sure.
And the motion is to drop the new gable on the second floor top plate approximately a foot?
Yes,
And that's your motion?
yes.
And your vote?
Aye, aye.
Aye, aye. I'm just looking for 3 yeses in a row. Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen? I'm an aye. Okay. There you go, Stephen. Carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. We are now on to 11 Western Ave. I sense Miss Oliver standing. Pulling hardscape. Oh, man. We got to move, folks. We got a lot on the agenda for the next 7 weeks. Val, when you see your site plan, why don't you go ahead and let Fiona know when to move forward into what?
Okay.
Oh, actually, before we open this, I'd like to get a motion to carry 12.5 Pequot to next Tuesday.
I make that motion.
On your motion, Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Let's see, Val?
Can I say aye from here?
You can. And Carrie, why don't we just use you on that one?
On which one?
Just to move 12.5 Pequot to next Tuesday. It
Oh,
was
yeah,
to be
aye.
heard earlier, but they
Yes.
didn't show, and there was a member, it looked like in a butter here, so I don't want that to be opened up later today without the benefit of her being here.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that carries, no further action needed there. We're back to 11 Western Ave, Pullen Hardscape. Val?
It's very simple. I thought it was pretty consentable. It's 2 sections of natural to weather 5-in-1 fence. One from the back corner of the house over, and one from the left side of over to the vegetation, a patio in the rear, and in between that fence with a gate to a deck and a little pergola and a plunge pool that is 13 by 7.
Okay, thank you. Holly, you got anything on this? Okay, and do we have a MAG?
A what?
MAG advisory group?
It's Surfside.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking Matticat. It's been a long day already.
I don't understand where the fence is.
Okay, it sounds like Abby wants to go first.
Okay. So Val,
Yeah.
you've got, I see the deep triangle here in black line, but is the whole thing fence or?
No, I'll show you up here.
Okay,
If
thanks.
I may. It's a small
Please.
section here
Approach the bench.
Oh,
and one here,
oh,
and a little piece of fence here, but I think it belongs to this person, so it's just this and this.
oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Abby?
Downtown, what else is on this? I have to look at it some more. Plunge pool, bungalow, blue stone patio, 5-in-1 fence, and a pergola. Yeah, no, I don't have any issues on this.
Okay, appreciate the self-vocalizing there.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe, Connie, you're on this.
I don't have any concerns. Thank you.
And Carrie,
Me neither.
right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It should be Joe. Joe and Connie are going to be on the next two.
So many concerns. I don't have any concerns. The pergola is natural to weather. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Diane?
No, I don't. It's a funny little street and a funny house, and I don't have any concerns.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion. Oh, sorry, you go.
I was just going to say it's a funny little street not in Nantucket, so. And ready when you are.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Excellent. On your motion.
I'm an O, an O.
And no,
I know, oh no.
always for out of here.
I'm so tired, I can't even say the N.
Diane?
Aye.
Okay. Let's see. Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Abby, do you want to sit off the next one?
Sure.
Just to rest?
I'll rest.
Okay, so it'll be, that'll make it easier for my little cheat sheet here. It'll be myself, Diane, Val,
Oh.
Connie, and Joe, because that was such a little short one. We'll go two in a row. And we are on 90 North Liberty, driveway and retaining wall.
That's going to take a little time.
And let's see here. There you are.
Hi,
Welcome.
how are you?
How's it going, Elizabeth? Okay, when you see a site plan, please
it-
proceed and walk Fiona through what you want
Yeah,
to
it's
see.
up, I think it's a very gentle application for a small retaining wall that's away from the street because it's retaining the grade inside the property and a little driveway. And the wall is, you can see the stone, so that's in keeping with what the foundation looks like. And it's already pretty screened, there's some vegetation there and some more will be added. But you've approved everything else now. So.
And just to clarify for us all, the retaining wall is retaining the higher grade towards the street.
So the street is higher than
Yep.
the.
So you really won't see it
You won't
because
see it.
it's lower.
away from you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see,
And
Holly?
it's also in set. It's not right at the line, it's in set and not a straight line that meanders a little.
Yep, okay, thanks. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the individually significant circa 1724 Major Josiah Coffin House, which is a lean-to. And you all approved, I think, a historic determination as well as changes to the accessory structures recently. The cobble apron, I think, would be more appropriate for a dwelling of this age, 300 years. No Belgian block. Belgian, it would be cobble, not Belgian. Appreciate the proposed New England fieldstone wall. I think that's in keeping with the vintage of the dwelling. I don't think we saw much of that on Nantucket, more in other parts of Massachusetts, but I think it's appropriate to the age of the structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, you got any comments on landscaping?
Yeah,
Yes.
just a little bit. So the retaining wall is, I guess we don't, as long as it's retaining and not just freestanding. So if it's retaining and not visible from the street side, in other words, not projecting above the elevation as you face it from the road, that's fine because we really won't see it. The part that intersects with the house, I assume that's going to be freestanding because it's a fairly level grade, at least it's showing as level grade right there. So that will be a freestanding wall unless I'm mistaken about how this works. So the freestanding part doesn't seem appropriate. We don't usually approve freestanding retaining walls. I mean, freestanding wall is just retaining walls. So that's the one concern. And the other is this, Holly already mentioned, the Belgian block is really not appropriate for a building this age. It should be cobblestone. Oh, and the other one is that the driveway width is being widened on Cliff Road. I think that there's enough depth that you could probably retain the existing width of the driveway and pull in and pull to either side to get two cars to park there, yet retain the existing width facing Cliff Road. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Let's see. Val? Well, actually, clarification, please, Elizabeth. The wall, is it going to be level or is it going to follow the contour?
So because it's a step down towards the yard, so
Yeah.
it's level with the parking area, but then it retains the lawn area inside, so it's
Okay.
not freestanding.
Thank you. Val?
I've got nothing. If the Belgian block is cobbled, I'm good.
Okay. Connie?
I would be also in favor of the cobble and maybe bringing the driveway in, not so wide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, I have a question for Elizabeth. I think the picture shows us that the top of the wall is, there's no cap or anything on it, right? It's just like the.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have no issues.
I can't hear anything.
Sorry about that, Diane. I didn't say anything about you. I just
Oh,
wanted to make,
good.
I just wanted to make sure that there was no cap on this wall. I do like the idea of the cobble apron and reducing that 20-foot width seems like a reasonable idea. I think that's what Mickey was alluding to, right? That the 20-foot dimension of the P stone, that doesn't continue all the way to Cliff Road and that it gets narrowed at that point to, is that the existing dimension as it meets Cliff
I mean,
Road? Is that?
it's been driven over so much, there's been a lot of construction going on. There was definitely a driveway there. But we can make a call it at 16 feet instead of the full double.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that 14 to 16 feet would make a
And
big difference.
could we do a cobble apron and a Belgian driveway? Just, it's so uncomfortable to walk on the Belgian block, and people are not so young there.
Let's see how it susses out.
Okay.
Anything else, Joe?
No, but you're,
Comment on that?
well, I had this question too, because we're talking about an apron at the street, but there's also an apron at where the end of the driveway meets the house, and that's the one that they'd be walking over, right?
Right, it's really uncomfortable.
So do those materials have to match, or could they be something different? Is there brick on this house?
No,
Nowhere, huh?
just the chimney.
Sheila, can you zoom in on the driveway? Okay, thank you. Oh, just a little down so we can see the whole driveway. Perfect. Anything else, Joe?
No, that's it. I sort of left that issue hanging, but
I think.
if there was brick, there's no brick chimney on this house?
There is a center
Yeah.
Gotta be a
So-
chimney.
So if you had brick at the end of that driveway, I was just trying to find a material that
I
would
think
meet
that's
the
acceptable.
ergonomic needs, if that's the right word, but also tie into some of the other hard materials that are on the residence.
Okay. Let's see, Diane?
I go along with what Joe said and what Nikki said. I think the width of the opening to the driveway should be small. It's one of our oldest houses. It hasn't moved. It's there and should be considered as such and not modernized to put a modern car or two or four or whatever they want to get there. I think that is important to be along on that driveway. The choice of material, I would go with what Mickey mentioned and take it down to the regular size, not 35 feet or whatever it is. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So I have no issues with bringing that apron in a little bit. I think 16 is probably fine. Brick, I think would be okay. I'd really like to see, I don't have an issue with Belgian block. I have an issue with what's being imported to Nantucket, which is this silver gray granite. And I've seen it. I don't see it often. I'd love to see it more, is a Belgian block that is the same colors as our native stone. And it goes really well with the gravel, be it standard or pea size. It's they'll come on a pallet. There'll be blocks with gray hues, blocks with slightly pinkish hues, blocks with tan hues. It looks wonderful. It is much more, I think, follows the characteristics of stone colors we find here on Nantucket. And if you could find that, which I know you can, but if you guys were to use that, I think it would kind of marry the two. This is a home that I think Diane, this home predates mail delivery by I think 50 years.
Yes, it does.
I wanted to throw that in. I know you'd enjoy that. Right, this is 300 years old? Yeah, I think mail's like 250 too.
So doing like a sort of mixed colored Belgian block.
Yeah,
not
because
like
that
the-
silver gray is so
And then
stark.
reducing the color, I think that's.
Yeah,
exactly
that would be, I think, appropriate. I can't speak for the other members. And that as the material for both the location at the road and the garage. Excuse me, what would we like to do, folks?
Go home.
I like what you just described.
Well, thank you.
I mean, what you just described sounds like it has the color variation of the cobblestone, but it's a flat walkable surface, and that seems appropriate. I don't know what to call it, but
You can call it mixed. color.
variegated
Yeah.
Belgian block?
And the only thing I would ask as we go that way, Elizabeth, is whoever the supplier is, like, encourage them to bring more of that.
Okay.
Because it'll change the face of
Right.
Nantucket over
Fair
the
enough.
years. Okay, Joe, do you want to mark up a plan with that? Would that be your Exhibit A?
I could, yes. I will.
Okay, so let's see, on your motion, Joe. Use the native colored Belgian block and bring the apron in, what, 16 feet to 16 feet?
Yeah, 16 feet.
16
good with
feet.
that?
Yeah,
If you want to change it, let me know.
no, that's fine.
You want it to be 15, don't you?
Yeah, 15 and a half.
Yeah, I thought, you knew you were going to get really particular.
I was actually thinking 14 feet.
Well, it's, because you are gonna park 2 cars, I think.
Backing out is going to be tight.
Yeah.
I think if the driveway are a little bit longer,
Yeah, 16 feet gives you the side-by-side, so I'm fine with that. So the motion would be to approve with the multicolored Belgian block apron. What would be the correct term for
native
that?
colored.
Native colored, okay, native colored Belgian block apron, 16 feet in width per Exhibit A, and both of the aprons would be of the same material.
Okay. On your motion, Joe.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Wow, we are just a board that works with good consensus. Building skills. Okay, we are going to jump to 36 Shell Street out in Sconset.
I didn't see that on the list.
Roof change. Is Rich with us? Richard?
No, Eric.
I'm sorry.
Richard's the roofer.
Oh,
I'm our
gotcha.
caretaker, so.
Oh, okay, Eric. Yeah, it's down here as representative is Richard.
Right.
Okay, Eric, welcome. Good to
Nice
see
to-
you. It's been a number of years.
Indeed. How are you?
Good, thanks. Once it's up, why don't you just walk us through it? Sounds like it should be relatively simple.
Well, so this roof assembly is a hot roof. And I mentioned to Carrie earlier, I'm trying to get her to go to Red Cedar, and it looks like it's gonna happen. I'll find out tomorrow. She's just gotten to town today. So as a hot roof, that roof I helped put on 12
Eric, I'm
years
sorry,
ago.
can I interrupt just for a moment? Can we just, Holly, can you bring up Google and just do a street view? Yeah. Just 1 second so we have
Yeah,
context. You go ahead with the description, sorry.
So because of that hot roof assembly, there's no gap for air to circulate, which means that roof gets super hot. So the existing 3-tab roof lasted 12 years. So my suggestion originally was to go with architectural style. There we go. This is the old robin's nest. I don't know if you guys remember that sign.
Okay. So you're looking at a cedar shingle roof,
Well, I haven't gotten the go-ahead yet, but what we had requested there in the application was to go to the architectural style. And I believe we're going to go to red cedar.
and the architectural style, which color?
Is it dual black?
Dual black or moire? Okay.
We matched. Sorry?
So we just don't have the application in front of us to benefit. So I think what I would suggest first is, are there any questions? Holly, your comments noting that I think what we will probably end up doing is having a discussion about both options.
Okay.
And if we find both acceptable, we'll approve both at the election of the applicants.
Okay.
If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're up.
Well, first of all, this is the property, and again, I didn't get to look at the application, but, and I don't go up by the property card. But if this is the structure, it does say it's 1940. So obviously that vintage, if it's gonna go to red cedar shingle, I would be supportive of that. On the flip side, the Maury black is appropriate as well. So the biggest reason why he's here would be the change from 3-tab to architectural or red shingle, the change in material. I'm supportive of either.
Okay, thanks, Holly. So just for the record, the application is existing is dual black, 3-tab, proposed is moire black or cedar, let's just go with or cedar. And this is an image of the structure that's on the screen. So that addresses open questions. And do we have anything from Sconset? They didn't have anything.
It is in the historic district.
Yeah, no, I read there, Rob's didn't have anything, did he?
Everything was no concern except for Coffin Street.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, so what would we like to do? Are there any concerns with either of the materials, a moire black architectural or the cedar roof shingle?
No.
And the board is, forgive me my tardiness, myself, Diane, Val, Carrie, and Connie.
I have
I'm
no
not hearing-
concerns
I'm
on
hearing
either.
I'd make a
crickets.
motion to approve as either, and it's the applicant's discretion when they decide either the moire black architectural shingles, asphalt, or the red cedar.
And that will be the Exhibit A is the revised application here at the table.
Okay.
So we'll add cedar as an option.
Do you have one?
I don't, the original. Okay, on your motion, Val?
Aye.
Let's see, Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, we are,
Excellent. Thank you.
thank you, Eric. Good to see you. 11 Alexandria Drive, driveway apron.
I thought this was
Steve.
Ray didn't.
He did it?
This one before you were out.
Yeah.
Wait, it's fine to use either.
We've almost cleared the room too.
Okay, and do we have a representative? Is Steve here? Okay. Steve, you're muted. Okay, you're not muted. Welcome to the HDC. Why don't you just walk us through from the site plan, and then if there's other pages you want to see, let us know.
Sure. So I would just like to put in a Belgian block apron. That's pretty much going to be the exact same thing as the one that's already there. There's an existing Belgian block apron. And I'd like to put one alongside it, like right next to it, so it covers the span of the driveway. If this is how it looks now, this plan, and then if you scroll down a little further, there's like a proposed plan, like what it would look like. So there's where it says block apron twice, but the lower block apron is the new one I'd like to put in. It would be the exact same dimensions and material as the other one. And if you scroll down further, there's a picture, and it just shows like how the driveway is set up now. And what we'd want to do is that you can see the existing Belgian block apron there. We'd want to put one like right where that fence is. So that's it.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
So let's see, your board is going to be the same as the no, Abby's back. Myself.
I don't have to be back.
Okay, so Abby, thank you. Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie,
Oh, you weren't on
and
this one,
Connie,
right?
just to give you guys some meat.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I just wanted to mention, this application will need to go to the planning board as well for the size of the driveway apron. So obviously you all are here for the appropriateness of the material, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Thank you.
Steve, you got that? It's not on us, it's
Yeah.
on you.
Right, yeah, they had told me to get this approved first and then come to the planning board once this is done. So that's on
Okay.
next.
However that may be, let's go ahead, Val,
I have no concerns with the material.
let's see, Connie,
I have no concerns.
Carrie,
Ditto.
Diane.
I wasn't going to, but everybody thinks it's going to fit. I just think an opening to a driveway that wide is not in fitting, but I'll go with an I.
Okay, thanks. So I mean, I'll kind of buck the trend. I think if this were, can we have the site plan? So I think my concern is the overall width and then having a driveway entering through the mouth of another driveway. And what I would suggest is the driveway immediately off Alexandria, those cars be parked perhaps 3 feet closer to the house, so extend the driveway, and then make the apron overall width half as wide of the new addition. So basically it would be 3/4 of the width, starting where showing where it would be as it is where the cars are going out to Alexandria. But the next section, which happens to be the existing, can we go to the image? So basically, the existing apron would be halved. And you would be able to pull in and go in the driveway to the rear, and you would be able to park the cars in the new apron area, and it would be decreased, again, the overall width would be slightly decreased. I think that would be appropriate, and it won't sacrifice your ability to park, accomplish the program you're looking for, Steve.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So basically, can we go back to the site plan? So basically, move these up 3 feet, and then cut this back here, and then this driveway would come down and come out here, versus having this full width. This would be, this would be extend the privet, apron, extend the parking, and you've got plenty of room to get in here and drive to the back. So it just takes, 8
Sure.
or 10 feet off the width.
Sure. Yeah,
Does that work for you?
yeah, that sounds good.
Members of the value look,
Yeah,
no, I'm asking.
it's essentially like it is now then. He just comes in and they're parking this way instead of that way.
Can you throw the picture? Yeah, no, it'd be different than that. Let me show you from the picture. So basically, he'd be opening this up, straight in parking. This would be cut back by half with the privet brought over, and he can drive in here.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. All right,
If
I'm okay with that.
Just
too.
a suggestion.
Yep. I
Yeah.
just appreciate all the parking on the site because that whole cul-de-sac is just cars
Well,
everywhere.
that's what I was thinking too, is like
Yeah.
if we can lessen the paver in the front, it would be a nice thing for the neighborhood too. And for you too, Steve. Okay, how about an Exhibit A? I can mark it up. But I won't make the motion.
Motion to approve per Exhibit A as you just described.
Okay. On your motion,
Aye.
see, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, we're cooking with gas, folks. We're flipping the page. Feels like a new year, Christmas all wrapped into one. So we're at 28 Eel Point Road, Breezeway. Matthew, good evening again.
Good evening.
You know the drill. When you see their site plan, you can start and then ask Fiona to advance through as you need.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a breezeway between an existing garage and a dwelling. The house was constructed a few years ago. It's primarily just to get from the main, from the house to the garage. There's a studio above it. You've got some perspectives of it too. If you slid down to sheet A2.3, there's a couple of good renderings. The first one is from what potentially could be visible, perspective A. The house is up on the hill there. There is some existing vegetation there, so it is a one-story breezeway. But we think it would be it's definitely going to be a useful element for the house. And then architecturally, I think it actually works fairly well. But look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see,
I'll go.
Val,
I
go.
did go out and take a picture, but of course I can't find it because I don't know how to catalog pictures. But if I remember correctly, we specifically took this connector off when you were proposing it initially because we wanted to have just some separation between the two structures because it's so much building. That's how I recall it. So,
If I
Go
could,
ahead.
through you, Mr. Chair, just add some.
Go ahead.
So yeah, we did, the initial submission, we did have it, we did propose this breezeway. It's a little bit different. It's got a little bit of a cross gable to it. But we thought now that the house is built and the vegetation's in, you could get a chance to see the impact. I do, for what it's worth, think that the garage does read as a separate structure, and that because this is a one-story element, it still expresses itself as two structures. But Val's correct, it is something that we asked for. But now that it's up, we figured this would be a good time to revisit it. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
I can't find it.
Val, any other comments?
No, that was it. I just, if you went out to look at it, you would see it's just, I don't know. It just makes it one building again and.
Okay, let's see.
I'll go.
Oh, Diane.
I don't think it's appropriate. I think it doesn't look like it's following the architecture of either one. I would rather see the way it was before.
Okay. Appreciate your comments. Let's see, Abby.
Well, I think I respect my fellow board members here, what they've said. I think that pediment probably draws a little more attention to it than needs be. And, you know, just a simple pitched roof probably would be, read a lot simpler, but let's see what other people have to say about that.
Okay, other people would be Joe.
Would it? I think that if Abby's done, I like that idea. There's a lot going on the structure. I do think that given the scale of the house and the garage, that I think Matt described it accurately, that they would be perceived as separate structures. And I think that Abby's suggestion of removing the gable would help to reinforce that. So I would be in favor of that move and keep the connection.
Okay. Can we go to the elevation? This is, no, next one down. Next, yeah, that was the one. Go back up, I'm sorry. Matt, what stage is this structure in?
It's completed.
I didn't view it. It wasn't on a view, was it?
Yeah, well, no.
Are you like chomping at the bit? Can we move it to Tuesday and do a view?
Happy to do a view.
I think it might
Yeah.
benefit you, maybe not, but.
Yeah, we could also, I think Val's, through you, Mr. Chair, suggestion of omitting the cross gable. And I was also considering, sometimes we've done these, what looks like a pergola, but it is actually covered, but the pitch is so shallow, it just looks flat. But it reads like a pergola, but it does provide protection from the elements, so I'm happy to do it.
It's just such a short distance,
Okay. All right, so you're good with the view? Yeah. All right, can we get a motion for a view?
Motion for a view.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a good one. Thanks, Matt. 69 Hummock, we got two. It's a new primary dwelling and a garage. And I think, yeah, I guess we'll switch. No, we'll go with Joe again. We did the ladies in the double. Matt, same routine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we scroll down to sheet G001, and we look at the site plan, just to familiarize yourself where this lot is. It's a pretty deep lot off of Hummock Pond Road. It is deed restricted, so you can see that there's a dashed line that kind of almost midpoint separates the lot. The secondary part is, has an agricultural restriction on it, so no structures can be built south of that line, or page south, if you will. It is, if you had horses, you could, have horses, but so no structure will ever be built from that line to the south. There was or is a structure that's on the property that was approved to be, have a partial demo, and we plan to reuse that structure, which is the structure that's identified on the north of the page. The existing location of that structure is shown as a dashed line, pretty much where the pool is. We are going to be before you in the coming weeks with the relocated structure. But we're here before you tonight for the main dwelling and the garage. Now, they are connected by a breezeway, but we've submitted them as two separate structures. As far as the structure is concerned, the facade is on Burnt Swamp, which is where you would access the property. It's not a very heavily traveled way. It's a dirt road, but that would be the facade of the house. And that is shown on the subsequent elevations. So if you scroll to sheet A201, you can see the front elevation. And what we try to do is, it's basically story and a half structure. The secondary additive masses, I think it's that top one there. Thank you. Story and a half structure, the main body is, we did drop the eave that's lower by about 18 to 20 inches below the quote-unquote primary gable. 2/2 windows, flying rakes, plumb cut. tried to come up with an additive massing scheme, if you will. The garage, I don't think is going to be visible. I'd say if there's any visibility of this structure, from a distance, it'll be from Hummock Pond Road, but it is hundreds and hundreds of feet from the road. So you've probably driven by the structure or this lot multiple times, but it looks like just an open field. Try to integrate some one-story masses, which you can see on the left side of this main elevation here. It's a one-story additive element, and then towards the rear of the structure, it steps down a story and a half, and then to a single story, and then a one-story porch towards the rear. We've got some perspectives that I think are helpful on sheet A301. And perspective 1 shows the facade as if you're approaching the structure from burnt swamp. I would say that perspective 2 is indicative of what you might see, again, from a great distance. I think it's probably like maybe 500 or 600 feet or more from Hummock Pond Road. So took extra care to have the secondary additive masses step down to essentially one-story covered porch. So tried not to over-fenestrate it, and look forward to your comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Holly?
May I ask a question through you to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as Matt, you mentioned that the existing structure on the lot, we did have an application for that to be basically moved on site. So that is being retained on site and being incorporated within this?
Yes,
Is it part of this structure or another structure?
it is not part of this structure. It'll be a freestanding structure,
Okay.
independent.
And on the site plan, do you have that reference? So I just clarify.
Yes, it's the structure that's furthest north on the site
The
plan.
that's gonna be the guest house?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that was, if you all remember that vaguely, I think it was an application Linda assisted with for the previous owner that was selling, I think, to Matt's client. And so this structure was here, and thank you for actually providing the outline of it. And I wanted to bring that up because now it's located here, because there were character features of that
Glassed-in porch.
right, that glassed-in porch that I
Robbie
remember
presented
you
it.
specifically emphasized that it was nice example to retain. So I just wanted to mention that for the record. Thank you.
We had a picture of it.
It's a small, simple gable cottage with a summer porch, paneled white,
It was falling.
multi-light windows that was literally melting off the face of the building that they were going to rebuild.
So we're not gonna try to have that match anything on this.
I don't know.
That'll get ripped apart and match this.
Well, I don't know that.
All right. Well, that is, through you, Mr. Chair, that is something that we've debated, but we thought that the goal would be to retain it in its existing condition, would probably make some adjustments to some fenestration, but I think the character defining feature is that wraparound porch. So as it is right now, our thought was that we wanted it to stand alone or express itself and honestly look as if it was an original structure, and then the new structures are the new structures. But there is some commonalities. Some of the existing rake detail, for example, on that structure, we emulated on the main house. The window types are different. They're 2/2, but we thought that those are more appropriate for this structure. And then also having to be able to express a difference in architectural language between the existing structure and the new, which I think is
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Secretary of the
Appreciate
Interior's.
that. Appreciate that explanation. Thanks for highlighting that, Holly.
And I can provide the history that was provided for that approval. I think it would be helpful for everybody. So I
Yeah.
can bring that
Yeah,
up.
we'll have that for a follow-on if Matt comes back to do 2/2s on it. Let's see, Joe.
Okay. I see you've got the signature connection now between the main house and the garage. But we're not talking about the garage, right? You've connected them, but they're separate applications.
Yeah,
So,
the building department, I think, would view them as separate structures, and so we've just always applied for them as independent.
okay. I think that the one thing that jumps out to me that I would love to see is, maybe this is at 1/8" scale, elevations across the site, because when I look at the contours, there's a 5-foot drop from, we'll call it top to bottom, north to south. So the east elevation, the one that you see when you approach, it's drawn as if it's flat. So I'm not sure what the contour plan is. I think it would be useful to see a before and after of the contours, or some kind of a site section through there would be helpful.
We can do that.
It just gives it a little bit more context. And so then on the massing of the building itself, I mean, big picture, I think that, there's a variation in heights, and there's a variation in roof lines. It feels like there's quite a bit going on. I feel like some of these smaller shed dormers, and I'm not going to get too specific about it, but they feel like they might be superfluous, and they're adding a lot of busyness to a house that you've already made a lot of efforts to break up. So that part of the breaking up, I don't think is helping with much. It feels like it might be complicating things. There's a lot to digest, so I can't speak to which one of those things might be visible or not, but I'm just going to say that as a general rule. And overall, I feel like there's some height issues happening, and I have to say that the garage factors into that. I know that's coming up, but so I think it's height and simplifying what's happening on the roof. Otherwise, if I look at like the main elevation, which is, well, the east elevation, that whole entry and the triple windows and the gable, like all that feels really like a classic farmhouse in a way. So I think that there's a lot of stuff that's working really well on this, but I feel like it could be calmed down a little bit.
Thanks, Joe. Val?
Okay. I was going to say some of the same things about the dormers and stuff. My biggest concern is the view from Hummock Pond. I know you can't see it from Burnt Swamp because I went down there. That's a terrible road to have to
It's a
back
really
out
bad
of,
road, but I
holy
was
moly.
describing it. I was gonna say it's terrible.
So that view is not my concern, but I almost wish that that view is what was facing Hummock Pond Road, because the rear of the house facing Hummock Pond, across this sweeping plain, I'd love to see it look like it's a farmhouse instead of the back of a house that has a lot of glass and, yeah, most of the houses over there, I think, like kind of face the road, and you come into them in a different way. But
Can we go to the site plan, Fiona? Go ahead, Val.
I am not in favor of the garage being connected. I don't understand these little covered needs. They can't get wet for 2 seconds. But it really, the south is my main concern, and I like the east, so I'd like the east to be the south.
Can you put the can't get wet for 2 seconds into an architectural element commentary?
And I do think the height should come down somewhat. It is a wide open plain there.
Thank you, Val. Abby?
Yeah, I have some of the same concerns, and I think that putting the garage on this drawing is a mistake, because the garage really has a lot of problems with it, I think. But the main building itself, I think, is quite good. It's the main gable at 29 is pretty high. I think it's 29 and inches, 29.6. So that's about as high as you can go. So the back of the house, are you going to see that from Burnt Swamp, or
From Hummock Pond.
But from Hummock? So then, if you're going to see that from a public way, I would cut down the fenestration, or especially these modern elements like the 3 French doors and the sort of balcony thing there. But I love a breezeway as much as the next person, but I like the size of your additive massing on the far left, if you're facing the front door on the far left for a garage, rather than what you've proposed. So, that's-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, can you address the distance from Hummock Pond?
It's, other than it's really, a really long distance. You know, I think I think the south elevation will be the elevation. You'll see the side profile of it from a distance, but I think that it could be even closer to, you know, approaching 1,000 feet. I mean, it's pretty far. You can look at it from the GIS map, but I can get you the actual distance.
No,
So-
I mean, give me an order of magnitude. It's 600 feet, it's 500 feet?
I think it's north of
400
like
feet?
600. I mean, if you went to the furthest point to Hummock Pond Road, I think you might be approaching closer to like 1,000, honestly.
Okay,
It's,
and do you know who the owner of the lot is?
Of that, well, this lot is all held in common ownership, but
Okay.
the seller put in agricultural restriction. So anything that happens south of that dotted line, you can never put a structure there. You really can't do any landscaping, you can't do anything, but if you had horses or sheep or goats or something like that, you could, it could be used for that.
Okay, so that was my next question, is what is the intention for development, just in terms of visibility? Unless they have really tall horses, that could be something.
Yeah, I mean, you could do some type of vegetative screening, if you will, towards the lower section, but truth is, it's a really beautiful parcel, and there's something kind of special about the openness of it, so, and that's why we actually intentionally tried to like step the massing down as you work towards the rear there, but.
Gotcha. Okay, that, I just wanted to have more information before I made my comments. So I agree with Val conceptually. I think the front should face a street. Traditionally in that area, it's Hummock Pond, but it is also very distant from the street. So, and Burnt Swamp, you're never gonna appreciate it, given the layout of Burnt Swamp and the heavy vegetation and so on and so forth. So I'm not as concerned about that as I would be perhaps if it were a redevelopment of the structure to the right, which is a little bit closer to Hummock Pond. Similarly, I'm not as concerned about the fenestration on the rear of the structure because of the distance from the street being Hummock Pond it's significant. I like a breezeway as much as the next gal, but I agree with Val. I think to the extent there's a visibility, then maybe it's a concern. I'm more concerned about it becoming a signature detail, because then we're gonna be talking about this for the next 15 years. But do what you're gonna do, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to chill your future applications. Just a tiny little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my comments, and I think the bigger issue is potentially with the garage structure, but again, I think that's gonna be mitigated by distance. Val, would you like to rebut my comments?
No, I just have two other comments. I would just say, if you look at the aerial he provided, thank you, you will see it's a very wide open sweeping field, so irregardless of how far back it is, it's wide open, number one. And number two, if you go down Hummock Pond Road and you look back at the houses that are there and see how you can see those, this is significantly a much larger structure.
Okay, it sounds like a rebuttal.
Not to you.
Well, my points were the distance from the street.
Oh.
Am
okay.
I on?
Diane, you want to add a comment?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
down by Neil Patterson's place on Burnt Swamp. It's been there for as long as I have been here, which is a long time. One building over there, and it was left with the empty in the front when it's out on Hummock Pond Road. Has the best plum in the spring, marvelous old road. This is so built up from what it has been that I find it hard to look at it, because it was such a simple place. I don't know when it got rebuilt to such being such a building. It was just a simple, simple Nantucket building. And I think it's too busy. I, it saddens me that they've taken that piece of land and made little bits and pieces out of it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Yeah, so Matt, I did want to circle back just quickly. Some comments were made about the busyness of the structure. And again, to the extent there's visibility, I'd ask they be addressed. I would almost suggest, if this isn't something we're comfortable with moving with tonight, is you put some poles up so we get just a better visual on it. And, in terms of development, the lack of control is squarely in the lap of the HDC. We spend more time talking about sheds than we do area plans. And people being people who have property rights, do not have an opportunity to know in advance what's expected of them by having an area plan that, for instance, might say your structure can be no bigger than the average of 5 buildings to the left and the right. Like, this individual's here, they have property rights, they have a large lot, it's well within zoning. We don't have to approve what zoning will approve, but I don't think it's fair to anyone to say, well, a long time ago, this was nothing, because Main Street wouldn't be here if that were the case. So, and this isn't a rebuttal on Diane directly, I'm just saying, generally, we have a responsibility, and that responsibility includes various sub-responsibilities, and they're not all to keep an open landscape. And I would encourage anyone who wants to, buy up the land and keep it open, because that's how things work in currently America anyways.
Well,
Okay,
and we
so
used
what
to
do we
have a
want?
guide that said anything that was outside of town in pastoral areas, rural road guidelines, you couldn't go over 25 feet, and
Yeah.
that flew out the window a long time ago.
Well, again, that's squarely on the HDC, because if we're not following our own guidelines, then, that's on us. But in any event, if we're gonna, I just think if we're gonna start to follow those guidelines, we need to broadcast it far and wide before we pull the trigger on some poor, uninformed individual. Matt, I would suggest we do a view with some polls and revisions.
That's my motion.
Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Matt, you want to, let's have the garage track?
Yeah.
I think you got some feedback on it.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I did get some feedback. That's fine. Yep. Happy to do that.
Discretion is the better part of valor. Okay, so we're going to move on to 5 Amelia Drive, material change. Abby, you want to take this one, please?
Sure. Yeah, go get it. Coca-Cola.
Go fill my lungs up with some medicine.
Yeah.
Is that code for smoking?
No, I
Yeah.
got some, I think, I sat next to Ray too long, he gave me the lung rot.
Oh,
No.
that lasts
The
a while.
100-day cough.
Yeah. Just try smoking.
All right, that was, I'm not going to be any faster. That was Hummock Pond. So Amelia,
This is the old Keepers.
Yes.
are we on Amelia?
Yep, you're on Amelia.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're tracking the garage.
Okay.
Old Keepers Restaurant.
Yeah, we know.
It was Cinco.
The
It was
old
actually
Cinco.
Amelia's too.
Oh, Cinco.
Remember that?
Who, can we identify the board?
Sure. Would you like to be on this?
Yeah.
Okay. We got Val. We've got Diane. And we've got, should we do Carrie? Carrie and.
Carrie and Connie.
And Connie and myself. Okay. Get it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is 5 Amelia. You're familiar with the structure. The board approved this porch addition towards the front of the building. So we're working with some designers, and so the there's a kind of a color scheme that they're looking to pursue, and that is changing the front clapboard, changing the front gable to clapboard. Now, and the clapboard color is the Main Street yellow. We did provide a colored perspective, but I would say we matched the RGB color to our software, which is Revit, and it looks, as one of my staff or coworkers said, was SpongeBob yellow. So it reads a lot brighter than I think in reality. So you're familiar with Main Street yellow, and it
Yes,
certainly, I think,
softer, buttery.
it's much more subdued than it shows up in this rendering. But again, we tried to match it exactly to the RGB, but I just think in PDF form it pops more. The other request before you is to change the screen sash and door colors to that darker green. With that, look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you. And we're also open to, if you feel that even the Main Street yellow is too much, we could also discuss kind of a more muted tone if you thought that was more appropriate.
Yeah, we can get one that works. Holly, are you on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just that I would recommend a lot muter tone of a yellow, not the
Yeah, I
SpongeBob.
think that was the
We were-
computer yellow. Okay, so board members, anybody
go.
want
I'll
to
go,
jump?
yeah.
Okay.
Diane.
Okay, Diane, can you go first?
Yeah. I wonder whether anybody knows what it's going to be used for. What's going to be in there?
It's just kitchens.
Yeah, Diane, through you, Madam Chair, there are a series of, I think, 6 kitchens, commissary kitchens, so that there's a number of, a chocolatier or.
Right, they're going
vehicles
back
that they can come in
something-
and use the individual small kitchens. So it's pretty dense, and that's what it's used for.
Okay,
I would go for a more muted color on the front than yellow. I don't know what, a soft gray, a platinum gray, something or other. I don't think the yellow is what the building wants to say. So that's why I was wondering. I know the building exceptionally well. And that's my feeling about the color of it. Thank you.
what about the architecture?
Well,
The architecture hasn't changed. You've got the building facing out onto Amelia Drive. The parking is on the side. I don't mind the architecture except the screens that they had on the porch were very nice. It covered you at night when people ate out there, but they weren't so surrounding when they weren't needed. With the thought of what the building is going to be in mind, is the porch necessary? If food is going to be served there, then I think the porch is good. If everything is going to leave, then I don't think that the porch like that is necessary with the big windows. I would leave it as it was, with being sort of screened and removable in the summer. That's what I think.
Thank you, Diane. Connie, Carrie, Val, you said you were ready.
Yeah, I am. I think the porch is appropriate. It looks better than the temporary awning that's there. And my issue would just be the color. Definitely not yellow. I think something like a gray would be okay. And I like the green, the Essex green and the white trim, but yeah, not yellow.
Okay, all right, thanks, Val. Connie, Carrie?
I agree about the yellow. I think it's more for a classic 5-bay, 4-bay in townhouse. Maybe a light gray or something. That's it.
And, okay, and Connie?
Now, I'm in favor of the clapboard. I like that look, but it's the color, definitely something much more muted, and I like the Essex screen door.
Okay. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Jill, I guess you're not on it. So, well, I guess I'm the only yellow person because I thought it was kind of cheery. And I can imagine a more muted one. And I was just wondering about the screened-in porch, that you would never put in windows there. They would-
We could at some point. They are approved, but we could certainly do window units at some point, or storms.
I think that would be, if you were going for the farmhouse effect, I think that would be quite nice. So,
Could I ask you a question just about, because it doesn't seem like there's, well, I guess the question would be, is there, if we came in with a more muted swatch for the yellow, is that something that's worth looking at? Because otherwise, I think that if we weren't going to do the yellow clapboard, they've said that if there's no traction for that, that we could just stick with the shingled, area above it. They would prefer to have the interior component still be yellow, which would be behind the screens, which I don't know if it's almost like more of an interior color, but I guess the question is there any possibility of a more muted tone that we could bring in, or?
okay, let's take a quick poll. If it was a more muted yellow, would you be okay?
I would.
Carrie?
Yeah, no, I would bring in a.
Yeah,
I
we'd
would bring
want
a
to see
swatch.
it.
I don't think I'd be
gonna
in favor of it at all.
Okay, Diane, would you be in favor of a more muted yellow?
No.
No, okay, we've got
And I'm
2
on the
no's
fence,
and,
so I'm not like a yes.
2, and 1 on the fence.
where were you, Carrie, on that?
I just need to see it, but I'm not
Yeah.
like, I'm
Not
mostly
thrilled, she's not
yeah,
thrilled.
Not thrilled.
So with that, what I could do is just withdraw the clapboard
Oh, I like the clapboard.
for the gable above and just keep with shingles, and then, so just omit that portion of it from the request.
Then I would make a motion to approve it without the clapboard.
Without changing the clapboard and the,
Yeah.
okay,
And then the back would still be yellow?
No, no
I'm not
yellow.
convinced
Get
that
over the
that's a
yellow.
great
It's
idea
gonna
either.
stay shingled.
Didn't he say yellow on the back?
Not in the back, just
Oh.
on the interior,
On the
which
first
again,
floor,
it's
but-
kind of question whether or not it's
Keep it on the inside.
technically part of the
This
jurisdiction,
way?
but it's interior, so.
You
it
can
would-
still see it in your
Yeah.
own rendering.
Yeah, and if the screens are popped out, you have this weird yellow
Yeah,
on the
it's
bottom
yellow.
with shingle on top.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, I don't like that.
it's not getting a lot of positive here.
So why don't we, well, the other option or suggestion, I don't know if we could do this, is I could come back with a swatch like next week, and then
Yeah,
we
why
could
don't
just
we do
omit
that?
it.
Could you make it, can you change your motion to hold for revisions?
colors.
Okay, hold for revision.
Okay, on that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
What's the motion?
we're gonna,
Actually, I'm not gonna say revisions because then we get into the minutes and that whole blah, blah, blah.
Right,
Hold for a swatch.
okay.
hold for a swatch. And Diane on that,
Yep.
and
Yes,
I'm an aye. And
Thank you.
Val's on her motion,
Madam
yes.
Chair, is this for next week?
Sure, that would
I'm
be
just-
great.
Okay.
Matt, just for the record, Elaine, I'm on as an alternate, and bring a swath of Main Street yellow too.
Okay, yeah, I will. Like I said, that matches, but it just comes off as
Yeah,
being way
it
brighter.
it looks like highlighter yellow on the image,
And
that's
the
all.
intent is,
thought with the hive being the name, maybe it's gonna be like a bee thing.
that's kind of part of it. And it also, I think the concept is to add a little bit of, you could use your word, Abby, cheer, or a little bit of vibrancy, but I'll come in with a swatch and we'll see how it goes.
Commercial kitchen.
Okay, thanks,
you.
Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna go to, we got 45 minutes, folks. 2 Candlehouse Lane, hardscaping. Linda?
Who's sitting?
Your board is myself.
Yep.
Abby, Diane, Val, are you getting up to go, or
No, I have to go.
are you going to sit on this?
No.
Okay.
She's going that way.
Diane,
So who is it, Joe?
who was on the last one?
The
Connie
Connie
and I.
and Carrie.
So it'll be Joe and Carrie.
Diane?
Myself, Abby, Diane, Carrie, and Joe.
Okay, Carrie. Okay,
It's a lot of work just for hardscaping.
if we want to put the, and Steve, it was filled out in the file, it just hadn't been re-scanned when you looked at it the last time without the owner's name.
Okay.
That was actually on 22 Westchester, but it was in the file correctly. Guys, can I have the site plan up there, please? They want to go. It's hardscape. This is that, if you're well aware of the house in front of it that had a new foundation put under it, that it wasn't supposed to have a foundation. This is the lot that was behind it, that was 4181L. 2 Candle House. It's 4181L, and the garage was allowed to be removed. It wasn't anything to write home about. And the new house has been put in there, which you approved. And this is the hardscape, now that we got a better handle on the grading. Everybody's looking for it.
One day, Fiona, you'll be able to teach a class in this.
That will not be me.
It's not yet, but you will be able to.
If you want to go down one, you can see, it's the standard stuff. If you want to go down one more, you can see the side view right there. You can see where the grade changes. I've worked on the one next to it and the one in front of it, so I'm well familiar with how badly this slopes down the hill. And they did set the house down below the street, which is up on the left, so the retaining wall is actually backed up to the street. So it just follows it down, the walkways and the steps follow it down to the rear. If you want to go to the pictures, it's a lot easier. Anybody? Okay. It is lovely blue at the moment. If you guys want to look at the pictures behind you, Steve,
Yep, I'm looking.
Pay attention.
and then go down again.
This is hard, where's the hard?
I previewed this, but it was difficult because we had to roll it around on the tablet.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Now, you've got, that's the front of the house. The retaining wall is below the street, so it's, it's backed up to it. And then if you go to the other side, or down one more picture, it goes down the hill. And if you go to another one down the other side of the building, towards the one that was, that's see how low it is from the street. So the retaining wall is backed up to the street. If you want to go down one more. That is still on the front. You can see even better because the street is in the picture. Go down one more, please. That is going down the side towards the other house that it was cut off from. Go down one more. That's way down in the back. You can see how much lower the rear of the property is. So they're actually following the grade down with any of the hardscape. If you go to the one below that, that's the side towards the other neighbor at 6, which I just worked on that garage. The lot to the right in between 6 and 2 is much lower than everybody else. Joe, Steve, the one at 6, has about a 6-foot exposure on the foundation of the garage. That's how low that side is. This is the better picture. Guys, that's the better picture up there. You can see how much lower that lot is in between. There's nothing in between us. It's a vacant lot, and I don't know if they're ever going to do anything with it, but you can Linda,
see
no
how it
offense,
follows it
but-
down.
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay. So you want to go back to the site plan. It's the usual stuff, brick for the park, the driveway, which does go down the hill. It's not level with the street. Blue stone, the
All right.
usual stuff.
Okay, thank you. Unless you've got anything material you want to add.
Abby wants the site plan back up.
Yeah, we're going to put up the site plan, then we're going to go to any questions?
There we go.
Yeah, a million.
Back up,
Okay,
up.
Abby's got some questions.
Nope. Next one.
Is that it?
There you go. Substantial planting between us and the vacant lot to the right. I think I'm looking at it the right direction here, yeah. And you got the parking area on the right, it's brick, like most of the people on the street. I did give pictures of other structures there, especially over on Pleasant Street, right at the end of the street, where there's these little concrete wall things and brick and all kinds of stuff. So
The
there you go.
filibuster's working, but Abby has some questions. Can
There
we
you
go to
go.
those?
Yeah.
Abby?
Yeah, no, I just, well, let's get right down into it. Like, what is there, are you preparing us for a retaining wall? Because
Yeah.
for all the
Yeah.
picture you've told
Yeah.
us. So,
The front retaining wall, Abby, is below the street, and the one on the right, we have to have it because there's a safety issue, because the lot to the right is so much lower than we are.
Okay,
It's way down
Linda, I
here.
want to back up for just a minute, if I may.
That's the retaining wall.
If I may.
Yeah.
So when we reviewed this, guys, we reviewed it, the house, we approved the house with the concept of the driveway having retainage on the right side of the lot, the right side of the driveway, the right side of the structure, in order for the driveway to go in, but not at the height of the road.
Right, it's going downhill.
It's, you pull in and you go down a slope, but it does have retainage to the right. And then there's retainage to the left in order to affect the transition of the height of the driveway to getting in the house.
Very
So-
little, Steve,
No,
between
no,
there and there.
please, let's, because it gets confusing for people
Yeah.
when we don't have a three-dimensional image. So I just wanted to scope out what our prior conversation was, our prior approval was premised upon that being the condition. It appears to me that that's what's being presented along with the rest of the hardscape. Okay, after that, Abby, questions?
so on my question, I can't read this, I mean, all I see are a bunch of, numbers and letters and.
It was
you know.
worse before.
So it just looks a little like, almost like an engineer drawing instead of like, so what I don't understand are, I can see I want to know how you are dealing with the change in, the footage, like where are the retaining walls and how tall are they?
Okay, the height is on there. It's a variable height, obviously. If you go back to the cutaway, the section again, you
Wait,
can
Linda,
see
please,
it.
can I just tell her where it is on the plan, which is the right side of the property? So the retainage is on the right side of the lot, going
Yeah.
back a
Right, and
certain distance, this
And
one.
then how can you tell?
So there's one here,
Yeah,
and then there's one here,
yeah.
and then there'll be steps down, and then there'll be steps up.
So where does this cue in to know how
The height,
high that is?
where's your top of wall marker?
It's on there.
You just gotta zoom in.
There's a.
Where's-
And the elevation, ground elevation starts at 35 at the top, and drops down to 30, back 30, back by the stepping stones, at 32. My concern is the
Oh, wait, well,
part.
questions at this point? Hold on.
Is there a fence on top of it?
There's a fence inside of it because you can't have that wall and not fall off the wall into the guy's property, which is right next to us.
Right.
So there is a fence, but it's a, a 30, what did I say, 32-inch fence.
And the
Matches the
proposed
front.
material is parged concrete.
That's
on the
what is in the
outside.
neighborhood with these retaining walls, but we wanted to
see
ask
that.
you, do you want, we can face the retaining wall,
Okay,
it doesn't
just
matter.
questions at this point. So
Yeah, we can
the-
face it if you need
What's
it.
proposed is pargeted wall.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Any other questions, Carrie?
No, I understand the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill in the OHD that you all approved, I think, last year. It's like a 4-bay typical Nantucket. I think that's helpful for context. The driveway should have corner rounding, first of all. Cobblestone apron is fine, but the entire driveway as brick is way too much hardscaping. And I know that runoff is not the purview of this commission. However, you have had neighbors before you from this neighborhood about impervious surfaces. So I do think that needs to be taken in consideration. I think in this case, less is more. And understanding that there is material that could be put out there that would still give them the driveway they need, but at the same time, not as much impervious.
I'm sorry, we really can't. I know you're trying to be sensitive to the,
Neighborhood?
yeah, because on
Every drive
appeal,
up there
that's
is
gonna
brick.
torpedo us. It's like making a decision about solar based on it being a farm.
Yeah.
It's just not part, I get it, I'm sensitive to it, I would ask, given that this is potentially who knows what, otherwise I would have just mentioned it to you offline.
Yeah, and
Sorry.
every driveway up there is brick.
Linda, please, Holly has the floor,
They never get out
Less
of it.
would be more in that case.
totally agree with
No
that.
concern with the retaining wall. As Linda has indicated, and as you walk around that neighborhood, parged retaining walls are part of the neighborhood. They've been around for a long time, if you look. So thank you for providing those photos. That is very, very helpful. I think that, however, the proposed plan showing the retaining wall between the two property lines, the vegetation needs to be also on the neighbor's side, not just on the subject's property. That would be neighborly, as you all normally say, for fences. And I think brick would be overall better rather than bluestone or granite. Again, what is this structure trying to emulate? A typical Nantucket. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Can I
Thank you.
clarify, where did you want the brick instead of the bluestone? On the walkways?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, Mickey, do you guys have anything?
Yeah, we do. Can you scroll down to the
As
elevation,
usual, I state my objection.
Yeah.
to the side of the elevation side? There it is. And zoom in on that. You can see that the top of the wall is marked at 35. And then you'll have to, I'm sorry to jump around on this because I've been having trouble reconciling this view with the site plan. So now if you scroll back up to the site plan, and go up to the next one, it's a little clearer. There you go. So that it says finished floor elevation 35 within the house. See the box kind of inside the front door. So there's a disconnect there. That says 35, but when you go down to the elevation again, the house is clearly below 35.
There's a retaining wall across the front, Mickey.
Yeah, but the first floor, the site plan identifies the first floor at 35. So if the first floor is at 35, then there's going to be more steps and the decks are going to relate differently to the retaining and the driveway.
I didn't approve the house. I don't know anything about the house.
No,
Neither do
Linda,
these
please,
guys.
please, Linda. So Mickey, there's a retainage on the left side of the driveway. You will step down and then you will step up into the house at the elevation 35 finished floor.
Okay, that makes sense, Steve, looking at this, but now go down to the elevation. Top of wall is at 35.
Yeah.
See that? And that's well
Yes.
above the first floor.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Floor and then.
Oh, wow.
Drafting issue.
So is the house actually at 35, which raises the doors, the decks, all the relationship between the retaining that's shown there and the grade? So I think you need to kind of clarify what's going on with the numbers.
Yeah, there's not a datum and then reference. There's a reference to grade, but it's not established. Okay, that's a point well taken. Thanks, Mickey. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, the concrete retaining wall, is not appropriate. It's too much, it's too visible. A little bit of a low one around the front might be okay, but there's too much. I think that side retaining wall, I know you want to retain a little bit for the parking, but the parking could slope a little bit too. And the decks to the side, you don't have to retain the side beyond the driveway. That should slope more natural to grade than what's shown there. And that could happen. You just, for some reason, trying to level it off there, and you don't need to.
You
So-
do need to. If you're gonna do this, take a
Linda,
view.
Linda,
You can't do it that way.
Linda, please. Thank you. Mickey has a right to make his comments. We're going to listen to what we want to listen
Oh, I
to.
object to his
We're gonna-
comments 'cause
I
they're not
understand that, but I really don't want to go back and forth. It's 8 o'clock. I had my pizza. I want to keep it down. So can we just move on, please?
So I think we just
Mickey, go ahead.
clarify the distinction between what is correct on whether it's the elevation or the site plan, so it's confusing.
Sure. No, again, the point was well taken, and we'll proceed. Okay, let's see here. We have myself, Abby, Diane, not Val, Carrie, and Joe.
I have a question for the applicant
Yep.
related to the site plan. All of these, do you mind going to the site plan? All these hexagons that are labeled CP20, CP10, I can't find that in the, well, I can't find CP20 or CP10. Is this right here?
I
Is
see
that
'em.
glass?
That's cup.
What is that?
It can't be cobblestone. It's gotta be brick.
It's plant material.
Yeah, because I think it's plants, because there's,
No, it's
like,
plants.
up back in here, there's stepping stones through it. And so when I first saw this, I thought you had
Oh,
a
it's
patio
plants,
out
Joe,
front.
on the right. Look in the right.
Yeah, but I don't, do you see?
It says
CP?
Compatonia perigina,
Do you see
hydrangeas.
CP? I don't see CP20.
No,
Yeah.
there's not a 20 there, Linda.
It's not a 20,
I
but it's
don't
the
see
same stuff.
CP20, it's
Okay,
CP30.
Guys,
Let's
please.
not get stuck there.
Okay,
Let's-
well, I
okay,
really
stop.
wanted to know if it was paving or if it
No,
was
plants,
greenery.
plants.
Joe's got the
Yeah.
floor.
Okay,
please.
well, first of all, I think it would be super helpful, and this should apply to every applicant, myself included, to have some of this in color. That would make a big difference. The retaining wall that we were looking at in elevation, I think you could mitigate that issue if the retaining wall just went 18 to 24 inches towards the house. Then you could potentially mitigate the height of it, and then it could slope down to the neighbor, and then the plants would be on the neighbor's side of the retaining wall. I think that would help quite a bit.
I'm gonna ask you to take a viewing then.
Linda,
Yeah,
please.
I would like to take a viewing
Can't do
because
that.
Yeah,
I wasn't part of the original approval on this, so I need to do a viewing to be fair to you. I think that's it. I wanted to get clarity on what's greenery and what's hardscape, and without having to read the keys, and then having some information missing from the keys makes it challenging. So in the absence of a 3D drawing, I think having that graphic distinction would be super helpful. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Diane?
I think Joe is right. It's very confusing as to what's going on, what is plants. And some of the plants that you know is going to be there are not there. The CP, the only one I can find is CP30. And they're calling for CP20. So perhaps it might be better at this point to call for a view instead of trying to straighten out what is before us.
Thanks,
It's,
Diane. Anything else?
no, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
but, so, question, on the far perimeters of the lot, there's a square and then a line and a square and then a line. What does that refer to?
Fence.
There's a fence around this entire site?
That's typically a
Well, that's what
annotation for a fence.
That's what I thought too, but it goes from Candle House Lane all the way to the back, all the way to the back, and then the back, and then,
You gotta take a viewing, Abby. It's
No,
not a 6 foot
Linda,
fence.
please, I
And then,
really,
no, it's-
I'm going to
it's-
just stop this hearing, and we're going to put it off for 6 months if we continue.
sorry, it goes around the whole property.
I understand. So you have a concern about a fence. Linda, is it a fence or is it not a fence?
It's a 32-inch fence and then a 6-foot fence. That's why you gotta go see it. There's already one in there.
No, we're not, Linda, it's a fence around the property?
There's a fence around the property, but a low, regular fence, and then a big one in the back.
Okay, and the big one in the back, is it annotated as such?
Yes.
Okay, I would like you to please remove like most of the plant material, number one, when it gets to my comments. Abby, please go on. No, wait. No, please, no. Abby,
Yeah, no, I don't, I've got to go see this. It's-
okay, but we need to know what's on the plan, so why don't we spend the time to find out what we have problems with on the plan, so then we can communicate to the applicant's agent, so the next time we sit down, we're not going through the same thing, only with the benefit of having looked at a lot that doesn't have any of the elements on the plan. We need to identify the plan. Abby, please, and then I'll go to Val.
Okay, so just in general, you, on the left-hand side, going all the way back, you have green emerald, whatever they're called.
Arborvitae.
And we have sort of shied away from making lines of trees in a row because in a historic neighborhood like this, you don't see it. You might see privet, but you're not going to see these green emeralds. So I think it's sort of out of place. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Before we go off, Abby, without Linda talking again, please. Are there any other elements of the drawing that are confusing to you? Because there are plenty that are confusing to people. I want to identify them now. Again, so the next time we sit down, we're not doing the same exercise for naught. Val, please, just sit. Please, are you running the meeting? Are you on this?
You could be answering your own question.
Yeah, but Val, you know what? I'm just trying to run a meeting. I don't need the grief. Just please, let Abby go through it, and we're gonna go through the membership. Thank you. God. Everybody's the boss.
There's a second plan that just has the hardscape, that's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Val.
Yeah, no, I see that too. Thank you, Val. I see the hardscape. That's how well, yeah, so just go on to somebody
It'd be helpful if the applicant's agent knew what was in the drawings, so when we have the last 20 minutes of discussion
We did.
and the back and forth,
We did.
we could just say, go to the hardscape plan that doesn't have the plant
We
material.
did.
We
And then you
didn't.
went to the foliage one, so you could see where the screening was.
All right.
It was right there in front of it.
Carrie?
I'm not a fan of so much parge. I understand Holly said there's a lot of parge in the neighborhood. This seems to be quite a tall lot of parge, and I think it's going to be very exposed. I think moving it in towards the house, as Joe mentioned, and planting something on the other side would be a good idea.
Yeah.
The fence, it's a type 2, 42 inches, just for 16 feet, front to back on the left side, and the rest of it's a 5-in-1. And then the 5-in-1 is wrapping around the entire property at the edge until it hits the retaining wall, and then I believe it's coming to the 42-inch along that whole retaining wall. I personally think that's a little too much 5-in-1, considering you only have 16 feet at the front. And then I do have a question. At the curbing or the retaining wall on the street side, the parallel with Candlehouse Lane, is there a fence on that? It looks like there's a fence on that, but I can't
Type
see
2,
a
can't
label.
pick it,
Type 2 on top of that wall.
which you
Okay.
can't see.
Fiona, can we go to the non-planted hardscape?
Okay,
plan?
that's
There
what
we
I'm
go.
looking at. I just didn't see a label on that bit of fencing.
And center it.
I'm not sure there's much more on the left side.
Which one are you talking about, Carrie?
Front,
The one that's parallel on top of the wall.
type 2 cat picket.
Yeah, I think along the left side where it says 16 feet of the type 2, I think that should go type 2 all the way to the back of the main mass and then start the 5-in-1.
That's why I want you to take a view.
Yeah. And the brick driveway, I don't see why it shouldn't be like shell or something and not all the brick. If it's running a bit downhill, I think it's, I think a brick apron with shell or something would be good. I have no problem with the bluestone patio in the rear. The stepping stones, I feel like those are fine. That's all.
Thank you, Carrie. Linda, we want to see a site plan that reflects at elevations that coordinate with respect to the elevation of the wall relative to
The house,
first floor finish.
yeah.
We want to see this site plan, not the other one, with any stairs into the house reflected. I know that they're on the side of the house. I don't see any on the front of the house. I recall there was a stoop there.
Yep.
That helps paint the story accurately so we understand what we're looking at.
You want a 3D?
I want you to please, we're gonna do a view. I would like the retaining wall staked at the front where it's gonna be what you proposed, and at the rear or where it transitions to, is it gonna be a smooth top that slopes from 35 to 33, or is it gonna have a step? Do you know?
If you go to the section, you can see it steps as
Okay,
it goes
so I'd
back.
like to see a stake with a flag at the 35-inch, and then where it transitions to 33, and then at the end of the 33 on the
Okay.
right-hand side. I don't
West.
believe you need to stake the one that will be on the left side of the driveway. The one on the right will tell the story. And I think that's it for my ability to have the information we require that a view is meaningful.
Would a 3D help you guys as well?
Once you get the relative elevations of the top of wall and the first floor squared away, yes, otherwise it's gonna be inaccurate and it's just gonna create more confusion. And Lord knows, this application needs no more confusion.
You should have seen it before I
The
fixed
last
it.
thing I'll say is you need to be cognizant of the fact that we have a potential grade issue on the house next to you, 21 Pleasant. And that may necessitate that you are doing some type of retainage on that side, depending on the resolution of that application, so you might want to follow that.
We're watching it, but they have a,
I'm not gonna get into it.
they're filling.
Linda,
They're filling.
I'm not getting into the application. I'm just informing you that there may be a situation that necessitates you having to come back, so please keep yourself informed.
Yep, they're filling the
I don't
lot.
need to be hard, but this is just, it's way more difficult than it needs to be. Okay, how about a motion for additional information? Linda, you know the additional information and a view.
Yep.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Joe. On your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Can I add something?
Please. Yeah, go ahead.
I may be dumb, which I probably am.
I
but
wouldn't say that.
I am looking at Candle House Lane site here, and there's all this WT 34.0. What is that? I would like to know what those numbers mean. I have no way of looking it up. I don't know what they're talking about. I would like to know what that means. I would like to know what LP 32
You go back to that plan.
75 is. What are they talking about? So when I look at it, I can look at it with a fairly intelligent thought and say, oh, this is a plant, this is something else. It's very different.
Diane,
I don't know what she's talking about.
Diane, I need some clarification. Are you looking, the plan you're referring to is the one that's on the screen now, which is the planting plan?
Yeah,
Or
the
something different?
big two.
Linda, I cannot hear. Diane, is this the
Yes.
plan that you were referring to?
Yes, the big one that says two
Okay.
on it.
Okay, so those, as you know, are plants, but they aren't all keyed. And we've asked Linda to get us a landscape plan that only has the essential elements of landscaping, not all this extra stuff because it's confusing and unnecessarily so.
Right, absolutely. Because it doesn't tell you what's really going to be there, and those hoops that are all on the right-hand side. What are they? They're beyond.
We're gonna find out, Diane. She's only gonna bring back the essential elements. They'll be keyed and we'll we'll request that if it's on the plan, the key is, information is
We have
also
an
on the
idea what the
plan.
planting is now.
Yeah, well, just so we know what it is. Okay, does
Yeah.
that help, Diane?
Yes, because we want it to be good, but if we, it's hard to know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm with you. I feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, we're gonna move on. We'd already made a motion for additional information.
Interview.
We're gonna go to 22 Westchester.
Who's on this
Addition
one?
to garage, it is gonna be myself, Abby, Diane. Val, are you off still?
She's comfy.
I'll stay off.
Let's see, it'll be Connie and Carrie.
Pretty simple.
Let's keep discussion that way too, please.
Go
Go
to
ahead.
the drawings. I guess go to the picture.
There's no applicant.
Yeah, there is in the file. I just didn't get rescanned. I forgot to
Guys,
rescan it. It got
if we're gonna go
rescanned
this way,
yesterday.
we're just gonna convene the meeting.
It's on there. It was rescanned yesterday. That's the, yeah, I don't need those. Here we go, down, there. It's, these are the two, if you remember long enough ago, there was an open space here. These are the two colonial-looking 4 or 5 bay houses that are side by side. They're the only ones in that section that are actually set back off the street 20, 25, 30 feet. Kind of an anomaly there. It has a garage, both of them have garages. They can't really expand backwards. They are where they are because of the wetlands directly behind it. And they are maintaining the front type of facade on it and putting a half-story above it to get an office up there. If you go down to the drawings, you can see that. I took pictures of that entire section if you didn't get a chance to look at your package. If you want to keep going down quickly, you can see all the other pictures there.
All right, can we get to the elevations, please?
Yep. Has to stay on the same footprint as well. We can't even touch the footprint. So that front section is sitting up. There is a chink in the roof of the existing garage. It's got one section going one way and then has a cross gable on the backside for some unknown reason. And so we're just sort of going up a half story on both sections, which will maintain the difference in height because that's where the floor plan, that's where the floor height is.
Okay. Anything else?
Hard to see it from one side, can't do anything about it in the back side. You can see some of it from the left side or the east side. So it's pretty simple.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, I'm sorry. Questions, anyone? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, the main house on the lot was built in 1976. There's actual HDC survey on file for these structures. And the garage was, I guess, 2013 is what I've got.
Yeah.
The concept of going back makes sense, additive massing and the way that the room is available. However, the proposed additive mass and height gives a very cake-like appearance off the front with the different eave heights. I think it's highly inappropriate. The attention needs to be placed on the north elevation. It should be simple, no flush dormers, and some sort of way to make it so the program that they're looking for fits. But again, the interior shouldn't dictate the exterior. I'm concerned on what it looks like with those gable ends on the facade. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything? Linda objects, by the way.
I do object, and you can't expand the footprint, so there you go.
Mickey?
I've got it, sorry. It's a very awkward looking building. The side elevations, the massing is very chaotic. The flush dormers are at different elevations. They're, it's this too much stepping up and down along that eave line. It needs to be simplified with much more simple traditional additive massing. It's very similar to what Holly's just said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Diane?
I don't see her up there anymore.
I can go.
Abby?
Yeah, so there's nothing like this on West Cedar Street, and I think you're just trying, Westchester?
Westchester.
What did I say? I
West
always say
Cedar.
West Cedar. I'm sorry, it's another town. Anyway, but it just, maybe there isn't room for what you want to do here. I think the only thing I could see would be going back, building back on this, not going up, because when you go up, it causes the rocket ship. So, and there's no room, you say there's no room, so it just doesn't fit. And the only thing I can see is to deepen this little gate, gable. So maybe there's no room, Linda, I'm sorry. It doesn't work. It's as Mickey just said, it's very awkward, and there's nothing like it on Westchester Street.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Diane back?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna assign Joe.
Okay,
And I'm
hold
gonna
on.
go with Carrie.
I agree. I just think this is not appropriate. I think that east elevation will be visible and it's a mess. I would say if you need to add something, add less to the front half, keep it to the rear half, and no dormers, but not a two-story building either. So I'm afraid you're not going to have much window in there, but I don't see any other solution for making it look appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have much more to add to that. I don't have a solution, but it does look very awkward, I guess, is the best description.
Thank you.
Thank
Can we go
you.
to the site plan, please?
And the
Joe?
stairs are dead.
Excuse me. Yeah, this is,
Weird.
well, you know, you mentioned, and this isn't to say that you're incorrect, you mentioned wetlands, I think, and you mentioned not being able to increase the footprint. But the shower and the deck in this exterior stair is increasing the footprint, and if you're able to do that, I do think that Abby might be onto something where she says there's just too much and maybe you just can't do this. If you have a paradigm shift and look at increasing the first floor footprint to go all the way out to where you have the deck, how much of the program could actually be accommodated in a ground floor footprint? And then I think Carrie suggested adding on to the back, maybe there's a loft or something, but doesn't require this exterior stair and deck, then you may be able to get everything you need without having to utilize the full second floor of this. I guess by capturing some of that deck and shower space on the ground floor. I don't mean to be playing designer at the table, but it's a very, clearly very challenging in terms of trying to get your program into this long and narrow building
And keep the garage part.
and keep the garage component, right?
That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would be in favor of, I think that the second floor intervention needs to be 50% of what you've done. And if you could somehow remove that deck and exterior stair, which to me is a pretty awkward element, I would look at increasing your first floor footprint.
Thanks, Joe. Can we go back to the elevations, please?
Maybe it's a ground cover issue, I don't know.
It is.
Okay, so Linda, if there's going to be a second floor, and this is going to just be if the existing first-story mass is going to be extended along the lines Joe has talked about, but there will be a second floor. To my mind, that top plate of the existing structure absolutely needs to be lowered at least a foot, and the roof lowered. I'm not necessarily suggesting you need to put a window in the second-story element, but you need to have more space between the perceived height of the first floor existing structure and gable and the second floor gable. It looks extremely odd. There's no differentiation of significance, and they're way too close together. I agree with the other comments. And those are my comments, other than it looks like we need a motion to hold for revisions after Joe makes another comment.
Yeah, sorry, as you were describing something, this reminds me of I forget the address, Pleasant Street, where we are also trying, another application of yours, where we're keeping this little garage piece on the front, and at the meeting, we decided to make it a shed. If that little piece that you've got there went shed, you wouldn't have the gable, then you could get a window in the gable end of the addition. You following me?
No.
Well, yes, exactly. So it would take the heat off the dormers. Right now, you've got a gable garage.
Right.
Right? Make that a shed
Two
roof.
different level gables.
Make
and
that
then
a
cross
shed
gable.
roof going back to the new gable. That would allow you to put a window in it. And maybe you wouldn't need to have the dormers on that front part of it.
You'll still need to drop that top plate on the first floor.
Right, but
Yeah.
that gable, I think, is hurting you, like, and it felt like the conversation we had, I think, on Pleasant Street followed the same lines, and
Well, you always draw your stuff and send it to me, so go ahead.
We're not drawing revisions.
No, he does his Exhibit As, which
Well,
are great.
we're not, Linda, I don't think we're at an Exhibit A on this
We're
one.
not, but he can tell me what he's talking about.
Basically, he's saying, take this gable in the front over the
That's the
garage
back.
and turn it into a shed roof that it terminates into the new second-story structure.
yeah, Val's motion.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, thanks for
And
letting
I'm
me.
saying you gotta lower that top plate on the existing structure by a foot.
Well, you
And then
gotta
that
get a
will
car
give
in
you
there.
plenty of room for a window up there if you wanna put it in. It'll also make the
Maybe-
whole thing look like it's more traditional.
I just don't want to lose the car part either.
Yeah, so with that in mind, I think we're holding
Motion.
for some pretty significant revisions, correct?
Yeah, that's my motion.
So Abby on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Yeah.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Now, if you want to hold the rest for next
Oh,
week.
we're definitely holding the
Yes,
rest.
because I can get the people from the Whale Museum here.
And we can convene, which is, what I meant to say was adjourn.
Adjourn.
We've got minutes for you all to approve.
Can you remind me of the dates?
February 6th and February 13th.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Well, let's go with the same board. On your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I abstain. Okay, anything else we have to do tonight? Nope. Okay, please, somebody take the pizza, and is anyone going back to the shop tonight? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Linda, well,
What was she here for?
I don't know.
No, that's my gal.
Oh.
Was she heard?
No.
No.